Welcome to Swim or Sink. I believe this is round 11 of Swim or Sink. I'm sorry, I just got called to commentate. I am Zillard. I am joined once again by Shads. How are you doing today?
Pretty good. How are you doing?
You know, I need maybe my 5th cup of coffee, but it is what it is. Wednesdays are tough, and I will definitely have the energy to get through this.
We'll see if we can airlift you some.
Please. So it looks like round 1 we are looking at we're looking at Beans versus Penguins of Greenland. So we will take a quick look at what those rosters are comprised of. I believe Beans we know, Beans SPL we actually got to see last week with Turtle and Mrs. Claus and the likes, and I believe Penguins of Greenland might be a pickup.
Yeah, Penguins of Greenland does look like a pickup. I love the name. Beans. Last week, they ran a tent umbrella and a regular umbrella, which was really weird in terms of what's normal for the meta, but it was definitely very interesting to watch.
If it works, it works, and for them, it definitely worked.
Absolutely.
And I'd like to make a correction. We are not calling it Swim or Sink this week. We are calling it Smash or Sink. And this is part of the Swim or Sink series, so it is technically Smash or Sink 11. But we do want to throw our hat in the ring with solidarity with the Melee scene, #free Melee, free Splatoon, and Save Smash. Obviously, this weekend was an absolute whirlwind of events, getting hundreds of thousands of engagements across the entire internet, getting articles written about us, getting major internet players' attention about how horribly, really, Nintendo has kind of supported the scene. As their own video game, and everything that we've really done is grassroots. And IPL is just another example of how we're kind of doing it all on our own. But that being said, it was just an absolute outpouring of love to the community from others, and outpouring back from the community into others. So I'm glad we could. I don't know. How did you feel about the whole thing? It was kind of an absolute whirlwind of good emotions going around.
Yeah, it absolutely was, but it looks like we are about to start, so we'll have to hold on to that line of thought for a little bit later, because we are going to Rainmaker on Manta Maria.
Absolutely, way to keep you back on track. Let's look at the comps real quickly. We do have the return of that tent, and on the other side, we got a carbon and a ballpoint, and we haven't really seen the ballpoint nouveau in comp, but very happy to see it, especially on a map like this where you can just walk across that catwalk.
Yeah, what's also odd is that Penguins of Greenland has a custom junior instead of a vanilla junior. So instead of having flat bomb armor, they have auto bomb rain, which for the uninitiated, an auto bomb is a tracking bomb. It's usually considered to be not that great. So they're going with no armor.
Usually considered to be not that great. However, I will say that it is a little terrifying to go against someone who knows what they're doing with that custom junior and just constantly tossing out auto bombs and range. It charges range so quickly. Unfortunately, they do go down. So you do see its weakness there, its inability to really provide offensive pressure. That's a full team wipe on the side of green, as Penguins of Greenland will be moving back.
Yep, Penguins of Greenland in mid right now. We have a nice few of Shades trying to put some missiles on the other team. Looks like he gets 3 of them. He is going to go... Oh, he's not going for the flank. Bob Coates has Rainmaker, so no rain out for them right now. And you can see it looks like Luke is charging up some missiles. He's got them. I don't think he'll pop... Oh, he does pop them right away.
Does pop them. It's just a matter of retaining mid. Soccer almost walking right into that, but does actually live. Sees the carbon roller, wisely avoids the fight, choosing to keep their space. Carbon roller does get tagged. In a situation like this, all you really have to do is 2v1 the carbon roller. See how they even got the 10 umbrella in a 2v1 situation before Soccer was able to get that punish.
Moving on up to bunker, we can see the ballpoint wielded by Ray trying to fight that inkjet. He gets hit. It looks like he's going back up, and he does not manage to do it in time, so he is down. Oh, Mr. Claus getting 2, and then looks like he gets a 3rd one. Oh, 4th one, so that is a delayed wipe on the side of Penguins of Greenland. Claus putting in a lot of work with that slash. He's already got another inkjet.
Already another inkjet. That's like a 160 to 170 point inkjet, and with how effortlessly the Splash-O-Matic paints. It's extremely effective. Like it's a very powerful tool to continuously have inkjets. Great offensive pressure coming into this cause. However, as they are ending up picking up the Rainmaker, they're not able to do much before the storm that is Goose comes in with the Carbon Roller, able to get the trade even on the stamp. So fantastic play from Goose there.
Absolutely. That was just such a gutsy thing to do, just dive straight in with that Carbon Roller on top of 3 people. And it really paid off.
And as you see, Bob has yet another rain, and that special ticker just went so quickly. Ray's being chased by missiles. Goose able to get the punish on the person dropping on them. Luke is alone. Luke does get the punish on the Carbon and another. If they can clear it out, then that pushes over. Can Luke get that kill? Luke does get that kill. Pushes the K-shot away. Forces the K-shot to back up. Luke hit some very timely shots there. Absolutely needed to, but that was a great push from Penguin to Greenland.
But for mid comes back. Shades and then one of his teammates on the top right portion of the map. Turtle is trying to push in with his tents. He does have his hammer ready, so we'll see if he uses it soon.
Yeah, that hammer can definitely clear out a team. There goes one down. The Carbon Roller is out. That's a lot of offensive pressure done. This could be the opening that Beans needed to push in. Sakura is alone. They're going in. They're going to go ahead and take the lead. Carbon is back. Carbon does get the punish, but that is exactly the opening that Beans needed.
Carbon gets 2. Third one dies, looks like maybe he's a pop. And looks like the Penguin to Greenland is going to let the Rainmaker reset for now. Oh no, somebody scrapped it. My mistake.
Yeah, I feel like it's a better policy when there's only about a minute left for them to go ahead and grab the Rainmaker, because now it's already back in zone, but they do end up taking it out regardless. And Shades is able to get the punish on that as well. 40 seconds left. Shades and his teammate both have their special. Shade's going to pop the missile, but they have to play a little bit safe, because if they allow a wipe here, that's the whole game there, and that's going to allow Beans to hold on to their lead. 30 seconds left, so still a stalemate. Penguins to Greenland, which is, by the way, I'm going to start calling them Pog because that's an absolute mouthful to say Penguins to Greenland. Pog has to get ready to push and stop this triple special counter push from Beans.
Yes, Beans has lost their Splash-O-Matic, but the Custom Junior has not quite gotten back to mid yet for Pog. Pog is just really trying to push them on. 2 people do go down on the side of Beans, so there is an opportunity. They've lost the 10s.
Yeah, this is pretty big, but Mrs. Claus with that inkjet and that splash does get 1 down. Mrs. Claus is going to be really important here to be able to deny this overtime. So the toxic mist coming from that Splash-O-Matic can be really important. Bob Ghost is forced to go in the corner. Does have his teammates around him, but not a lot of turf and avenue to work around. And there you see how important that toxic mist is in Rainmaker. The stamp comes from behind, and that's the yeet in the face, and Beans will take game 1.
Yeah, for a while there, it looked like Pog was going to get that game. It was a very stalemate-y thing at the beginning. Little pushes, not a lot. And then Pog got a big push in, and Beans responded with an even bigger push of their own. So kudos to them for really taking back that game.
Yeah, really, I was surprised that Sakura ended up pushing the way they did when they got that lead for Beans, but it was pretty uncontested. It relied on Sakura's teammate to get the cleanup kill, and then there was no one around because the Carbon still had to respawn. No one was back, and that allowed Beans to get the lead. So very pretty textbook game 1, I will say. Didn't seem to have a lot of order. It was really just like 1 push here, 1 push there. The front lines were making plays. I would like to see potentially Beans work a little bit more around Turtle's 10. I felt like Turtle was kind of soloing irrespective of the rest of the team. Whereas on the other side, especially on Pog, they could definitely do more of the same of like pairing up, work more with specials. It just felt a little bit overall uncoordinated. But yeah, these 2 teams definitely know how to get coordination together.
Yeah, so moving on, we have Tower Control, Sturgeon Shipyard. So we did see a ball point from the side of Pog last game. Do you think they'll be swapping to something a bit more traditional, like a remix or a Ray heavy?
I think remix makes the most sense if they're going to stick to a Splatling. I would like to see if they're not going to run that regular junior, I would like to see them run Custom Hydra, especially on tower control. Custom Hydra is one of the most dominant tower riders that you can ask for when uncontested from the other side. If there's like no charger from the other side, then a Custom Hydra is one of the best things you want. We'll see what happens. I think Remix is also a great pick, especially to clear the tower with that Booyah Bomb. I just think Custom Hydra works better for their composition.
Probably. So here we go. We see the double Brella comp coming back out from Beans with the Vanilla Brella and the Vanilla 10th Brella. And then on the side of Pog, we do see the Remix. And Bob Ghost has dropped the Junior for an NZAP, so they do have armor now.
Yeah, it definitely makes a lot more sense. NZAP is the supportive choice when you have a tower control map. And wow, there you go. Goose getting an immediate double kill from the vertical. Bob Ghost caught in a tough position. Luke is the last one alive. Ray and Shades know where they are and able to clean that up. So Pog will get on the tower first, able to clear him out. But you got to be wary of that carbon roller at all times, especially how dominant they were able to get it. And oh no, the Brella falling into the abyss.
And down he goes. There's 2 down on the side of Beans. Luke does manage to get 1. He's going to get 2. Yes, he does. He's going to get 3. So that does effectively stop that push with that wipe.
And that's how powerful and quick the K-Shot still is. Do not sleep on the K-Shot. In fact, FT Win just won $12,000 with Shaq going on the K-Shot. Cannot forget about the power of that weapon. And now Beans will get their chance to get on the tower, but Pog makes a pretty respectable push to 48, but on a map like this, 48 doesn't really mean much. Will Soccer go down? Soccer is able to live that Booyah Bomb thanks to the armor that they had on. Now the bubble is on the other side. An interesting bomb able to get a bomb clean out by Shades. Unfortunately, Street's pushing for me.
So right now we have Turtle trying to fight mid. He does go down 2 members of Pog. Luke manages to get very, very nice double, or was it a triple maybe? I couldn't tell who got the first.
That was a triple. So that's why you wear MPU on K-Shot actually. So Luke was jumping all up and down, and shooters know very much, especially the K-Shot shooters know, your RNG goes bonkers when you start jumping. But Luke was able to clean up very easily. Booyah Bomb gonna force Sakura off the tower. Can Beans get the lead off of this push? They've done a really good job behind Luke's aggro play here.
It's 2 down on the side of Pog. Shades is being chased by 1 of the Brella, so it looks like Beans will get the lead. Oh no, they do not. Somebody gets behind them. The push is not over yet though. Claus is back on that tower. The K-Shot just keeps coming through mid, and they're doing a very good job of distracting them. 2 down on the side of Beans, but Mr. Claus is going to try and get this lead here, and he gets it. He does die in the process, but that's still very important.
And that's why you run, that's why you see how Hero Brella especially is still very particularly good on tower control. Now running it with the tent, pairing it with the tent, not a lot of people, you'll not see a lot of people, if any people are going to be running that. Now Pog is going to get the chance to push back. Beans is pushed pretty far back, and that's, you can attest that to the aggressive power of Shades and Goose, like there, as you see, diving in, able to get the lead. Yet again, another vertical flick, fantastic cleanup kill, and Pog is going to go to that 3rd and final checkpoint.
Goose was not able to get the pick on the K-Shot up there. Shades is dancing around the tower. He's going to try and get as many points as he can. Oh, he does manage to help his team get most of the way through that 3rd checkpoint. With that kill though, that is probably going to be a delayed team wipe unless Goose can get out of there. He's still going. And there he goes. So he is down, but the map is very, very pink right now.
Yeah, you really have to attribute that that push to the synergy of Pog as a whole. I really want to point out someone in particular, but everyone really did their part to get cleanup kills. Now, very quickly, Beans is on their way back, trying to push to that 3rd checkpoint. They're at 44 already, so quickly, but 2 go down, so they will be forced to get back off.
Absolutely. Sakura is going to try and make something happen here. You can see they're trying to suppress the heavy right now, and they're doing a very good job of it. But they don't manage to chase them off those breaks completely. The heavy gets 2, which is a very, very nice double. A 3rd one goes down to somebody else. There's the 4th, another delayed wipe. We are just seeing those left and right in this set, especially on this map.
You know, and that's not, I don't really think that was fantastic positioning for the heavy on the side of Pog. However, they were able to do the most with the amount of angles that they got. Now, being stuck on that catwalk isn't usually your most favorable position as the backline there, but the flank heavy did turn out, and he was not able to see the suction bomb. Unfortunately, goes down. 14 seconds left, and Beans has to push another 10 points, 11 points to get the lead. Turtle's gonna jump in. There's 2 down. This could be the push if they just get on the tower and stay on.
Absolutely could. There are 3 down, and a remix is not near the Booyah Bomb, so there will not be a GC Booyah Bomb from them, most likely. Oh, the Carbon is down, but they just 2 down on the side of Beans now. It is possible for something to happen here. 3 down, 4 down. No, that is it. So we are going to go to a game 3, and I quite personally am excited to see that, because game 3 is Splat Zones on Albacore Hotel, which is one of my favorite map mode pairings.
And what do you usually play on Splat Zones Albacore Hotel? You love to see it. And just like that, the moral behind the story of Zones Albacore Hotel is have more range than the other team and hit your shots. And that's exactly what I think we're going to expect. In fact, we're definitely going to see Turtle stay on that tent. Never going to expect Turtle go off that tent. But I am curious to see if we're going to see a return to the ballpoint, which used to be the dominant weapon on Zones Albacore, such that you've even seen top teams like Demise back in their heyday run 3 of them at once.
I remember watching that infamous triple ballpoint match and watching it and just feeling a sympathetic pain for the other team, because it was just so horrible to watch them have to go up against that. We won't be seeing that here, though.
Yeah, but we might see maybe one. We'll see.
Maybe one.
I think Ray was the one who pulled out the ballpoint originally on Rainmaker Manta Maria. So there is a chance we'll see it. Mm-hmm. That being said, I don't think Beans tends to run a backline heavy comp. They tend to run more tent and then 3 front lines, which I think works for them. And they're probably going to end up going this, but I'm curious to see if one of their front lines, like Claus or Luke, are going to do something a little different, like a custom dually sculptures.
I think Claus will probably go Sorella Brella with the bomb rush.
Yeah, I think that makes sense.
If anyone was going to swap, I would say it's Luke, and even then, I don't think that's likely. He's doing just such a great job with that K-shot.
Yeah, Luke has been doing absolutely fantastic, but given how large the map that Albacore is, sometimes it doesn't always work in your favor, but Luke has been dominant, so I don't see why he should necessarily get off of it.
So here we go, Splat Zones, Albacore. This is for all the marbles.
And how about that? Luke going to that Nautilus 79. You've seen a lot of backlines flex that Nautilus 79, but also you've seen front lines have it in their back pocket as well. I think that's actually a great pick. Nautilus 79 outranging the K-Pro, which used to be a fantastic pick to go on this map. Now, Ray is going your E-Leader.
So happy. Beyond happy. And we do see that Claus has swapped to the Sorella Brella. So this one has the auto bomb, which, as we said earlier, maybe not the best bomb, but it does have a slap bomb rush, which can be really good on Splat Zones. Not just for taking back control of the zone, but also for pushing your enemies out.
Yeah, and the threat of the E-Leader on a map like this is so dominant. Unfortunately, getting caught trying to aim at 3 different people. Luke showing how good Nautilus is able to take out 2 before, unfortunately, he goes down. But Beans is holding onto this zone quite well, popping armors and bomb rushes at the same time. And Goose is forced to bomb rush back out.
Yep, so it's a battle of the bomb rushes, and Pog manages to win. Claus is pushed back a little bit from the sniper shot. Looks like he's going to recover. The rain does spread the rest of that armor. And 2 coming over the bridge. It's Carbon paired with the E-Leader, who's providing some covering fire.
Yeah, this is a hectic mid fight. Like, every single fight that's gone on in mid between these 2 teams has been really hectic. Now, Luke is caught between a rock and a hard place, goes down. Unfortunately, Sakura forced to back up, holds onto that armor quite intelligently, is the last one alive, and Pog knows exactly that she is the last one alive, so they're going to force her to back all the way up. Now, Pog has the zone, and they don't have any timers. but the specials are coming out on the other side. It feels like this is just a battle of outnumbering your opponent and out-specialing your opponent, and that is obviously the name of the game. Claus gets a fantastic kill on Shades.
Yeah, that was a very good quasi trade that happened there. You can see Ray is going to have to back up. They do manage to get one, which was a really great snipe. Goose is pushing in to try and see if he can get that zone neutralized. Looks like the Nautilus does go down. I'm surprised people aren't trying to beat it a little faster. I think they would have been able to cap if they had.
Yeah, I think so. Well, the thing is, when Goose is the only one able to paint the zone, and Carbon's not necessarily a painting weapon, not like a Flingza, if you're going to go for a roller, so Goose was kind of just didn't have enough turf to move around and deal with it. Now Luke is sitting there, just spraying on that zone, doesn't really have to do much. Oh, maybe I spoke too soon.
Carbon Roller does go down, taking out that knot, but that is a pretty good pick because that takes out most of the range. Claus is trying to bomb rush to get back in the zone. He backs into a corner, manages to get the trade on Shades. Oh, Luke was the one to actually get that pick. Carbon is in zone, looks like he's going to go down. Yes, he does. And now it's just a waiting game to see where people are.
Yeah, it's honestly a little hard to actually follow this game because it feels like both teams have the momentum, and then suddenly Beans is dominant. Now Shade's able to take out Turtle, who's pushing up a little bit far with that Tenebrella. The Inkjet comes out maybe a little prematurely, but does force Pog to back up. But the rain comes. Whoa, that's 3 dead in the zone.
Yeah, and I don't know if that is 3 dead from the rain or 3 dead from a bomb. Ray is all alone, and much as I hate to say it, an E-Leader by itself isn't going to be able to outpaint 3 other people. So Goose is going to have to rush the zone, but they won't be able to, and that is it. The set goes 2-1 in Bean's favor.
Yeah, it looks like Beans manages to clean up the spill, able to take a pretty hectic but ultimately convincing performance over Pog. Pog did fight valiantly, and I was really impressed, especially from Shades and Goose, how they were just able to go toe-to-toe with the aggressive power of Claus and Luke on the other side. But they unfortunately will be getting sent to losers bracket while Beans moves on in the tournament.
Yep, now Pogby and No Beans is out of the tournament. They do have losers bracket. They could make some crazy dark horse run. That's all we'll be seeing of them for now, though.
Yeah, and it looks like we'll be very quickly actually moving on to the next stream. Potentially, we'll take a quick break before we get back. But I believe we will be returning to Massacre versus Azure, and Azure is a team that I don't think I've been able to commentate for a very long time, but they have been around forever as a high-level to top-level team in the North American scene. So stay tuned for that. Welcome back to round 2 of Smasher Sync 11. Once again, I am Zillard. I'm joined by Shaz, and we are going back to Azure versus Massacre. Massacre we've seen a little bit in the Swimmer Sync circuit, while Azure, I believe, is making a more sparse return to the tourney, but they are among the favorites for the seeds in this tourney.
Yeah, Azure is, for those of you who don't know, they are a pretty decently high-level team. They are very scary to watch and commentate in a good way. And then Massacre, of course, is a favorite team of ours to spec and watch and commentate on. I think they've been commentated for the past 3 SOSs.
Yeah, and especially I'm really curious to see the Charger battle. Assuming Raze is going to be playing Charger, I'm curious to see the Charger battle between Z and Raze. Raze is the successor. Well, not really successor. So Raze is the captain, I believe, of Azure, and has been taking over Charger duties after Shy ended up leaving the team. But Raze is nothing to scoff at. Like, Raze's laser is quite dangerous to be on the opposite side of. But we have seen the plays come in from Z. As we saw last week, I got to commentate a few sets from Massacre with you, actually.
Yeah, and we are back on Skipper Pavilion Clan Blitz, which is one of the maps we commentated last week, too. So we can see Raze is not on the Charger. He has the Kensa Dynamo. Meanwhile, Z is also not on Charger, choosing to be a C-Jet main, otherwise known as a Raybot.
Okay,
Sorry, Z.
So we've seen Azure run some pretty funky comps. I don't think I've seen them run a Dynamo, but that's Raze just flexing his power as a flex, and I don't even know if that's a pun, but it was intended. But look at how quickly, with that tenacity, he got that Booyah Bomb. He's already running it and able to take out Mr. Z with that Singular Ray, and Pika's going to be able to get to score before getting taken out. And that special spam is just abusive coming from Azure already.
Yeah, meanwhile, on the side of Massacre, we did see how fast Z got that Ray. He has already got roughly half of his Ray charged up. And we see that the push comes to an end. Azure only gets a power clam and a little clam in the basket, so it shouldn't be that hard, theoretically, to overtake that.
Yeah, not too hard, but Pika forced the baller, able to get 2 out of it. What a conversion coming in with that Ink Rush Nouveau. Used to be one of the more dominant, distracting front lines out there, and you can see exactly why. You don't really see a lot of people run that Ink Rush Nouveau, especially at the high top now, but some people that come to mind are Jelly from used to be from Sanzaku / Instant Ramen, and Electro from the unfortunately now disbanded Momentum.
But even going back a little bit further, not necessarily Ink Rush Nouveau, but Vanilla Ink Rush, our very own Kraken Mare.
Kraken Mare, yes.
Mr. Mean. Flabber running that 52 gal that we are very familiar with by now. He has the power clam. He's down in the bottom part of the map. Looks like yes, there goes the Booyah Bomb. Looks like he's going to try and throw it at Raze.
And that's another baller from Pika. We just saw one 15 seconds ago. It's already back. That's just how quickly dominant the ballers can be from the Ink Rush Nouveau. And after the baller nerf, you don't really see a lot of baller weapons getting a lot of play, but this is definitely an example of how strong it can be. And the Ray comes back out from Z, unable to get a pick. So it's just, I think Massacre just has to paint out a little bit more. They have the clam economy in their favor right now. They just have to paint more and get a little bit more picks. Yeah,
they definitely do have the potential to get a very big push off. 20 of the points on the board for them are signified by power clams, which will provide 40 points if both will make it into the basket. Oh, 3 down on the side of his super, 1 respawn, so that is their opportunity to push start. Flabber unfortunately getting taken out.
Vortex flanking, unfortunately not close enough to get that. Has to deal with both Raze and Pika. Can he take both? No, he cannot. Toast comes out to help, and that is an important punishment kill. It looks like they were in position. They just needed a little bit more space, and Azure was just so quick to clean up and say, no, you got to get out of our base.
Yeah, and that is something that really sets apart high-level teams like Azure, apart from others. Their ability to make these quick turnarounds and pivots from attacking to defending. Vortex down at the bottom, trying to get some clams. With cats.
Yeah, they're able to hang on to their 20 plus clams, but Cat is in just such a difficult position to be able to do that, and that's a 3-down situation. So Toast is the last one. They can push from something like this, but Toast is probably gonna get the cleanup kill from Flavor. Now only Z is the last one, and Toast gets a fantastic direct right on Z as Z is able to sneak in one, but that's not the push you want to be making against a team like this.
No, and that just gives them a free powered clam, so now they don't even have to build one of their own. Right in top mid, it looks like Flabber's going to ignore that and go down to the bottom to see if he can take somebody else out.
Flabber did a really savvy move, and anyone who plays wall weapons knows how to use their wall like this, but Flavor actually throws the wall against the wall, bounces off, and hides behind it, knowing that Toast is behind them. So it's just a small thing I wanted to point out. Really heads up display coming in from Flavor with that 52 gal. As that Kenta 52 gal is getting more burn and play at the higher levels. It's interesting to see tech like that. Yeah,
that's something that it definitely takes a lot of foresight to do. Flavor has power clam now. You can see he's behind his wall again. Oh, he does. Looks like he does manage to get taken out there by the Dynamo.
Yeah, unfortunately, the Dynamo can just flick over your wall and still have an immense amount of fall-off damage be done to you. Now that raise is going to come out from Z again. Pika able to get a cleanup kill, but does go down from Vortex. Vortex has been all over the map. We saw Vortex last week doing things like playing Mini, Paint Mini, and now flexing to that K-Pro. So Vortex has done a great job of flexing weapons and flexing rolls as well. But as we head into this overtime, Massacre has 2 footballs. One goes into the abyss, unfortunately, as I think someone on Massacre goes down. Cat is forced to juggle a little bit, but everyone knows where Cat is because of it, and that's probably going to be the game as she goes down.
Absolutely, just pretty much complete another domination by Azure, which is kind of what we expected going into it.
Honestly, after that first push, they just played safe and collected. They did get a little bit, they were getting punished a little bit more consistently by Massacre after that first push, but that first push was all they needed. Toast doing a great job with that Slayer weapon, not 79, topping the leaderboards there.
Yep. Then moving on, it looks like we will be going to everyone's favorite Rainmaker at Black Belly Skate Park. So, be honest with me for a minute here, Zillard. What are your thoughts on this stage?
I hate it personally. I actually don't know what to expect from Azure. I think that there's going to be another Raybot. Z might stay on that custom Jet Sculpture, despite not having the most amount of success. I do think Rainmaker is going to be favoring that, like, read it up immediately. So I think that custom Jet Sculpture is going to stay on Rainmaker Black Belly, given how long and vertical. Well, not really vertical in terms of height, but like how one-dimensional and long it is. It does benefit that Stingray. I never really know what to expect from Azure. They change their comps up all the time. They could run triple Tri-Slosher Nubo for all we know.
Yeah, and for all we know, they could run something as nutty as the Stingray Gal, although I don't think they'll be that spicy.
I don't know if they have a dedicated Gal player, but I wouldn't put it past Rage to have it in the back pocket of him.
Meanwhile, on the side of, sorry, the name is slipping me for a minute. Massacre. Yeah, I would expect that Flabber is probably going to run a Gal.
Yeah, I think we're gonna see Flabber on that K52 again. I don't really think that he trusts any other 52 on Rainmaker. Flabber was able to do some pretty good matchups with that wall 52, so it's just a matter of painting and pushing together.
Yep. So here we go. Azure is currently up to 1-2 as we head to the skate park to see if Massacre can keep their set chances alive.
And right on cue, so we will see Pika switch off that brush. Pika is known as one of the more seasoned slosher players as well, so pulling out that hero slosher compared to what you usually see a soda slosher, but we are actually going to see the hero slosher, which I think is still quite underrated, especially considering how used the K-Shot is. The hero slosher with the same kit allows you to have verticality and a reasonably priced missiles, so we will see that. Now on the same side, we're not seeing Braves go off that Dynamo, interestingly enough, instead of opting for the Stingray Dynamo variant. So there you go, already using it.
That is not a weapon that you see a lot, really. You almost never see a Stingray Dynamo.
Yeah, the only time I see a Stingray Dynamo is when upgrade plays and Chris decides to bring it out.
So right now we just have a nice buddy little fight going on. Raze grabs the Rainmaker. He's the only one up. He will go down to that Stingray. Full wipe for Azure, and this is Massacre's chance to really make a big push happen.
So interestingly enough, on the full wipe, you could have just taken it left, but people don't. But I think Massacre recognized immediately that left is not the best push on this. Unfortunately, it doesn't work out in their favor as forced to back up. But I did find it interesting how wow, great jump out from Z right there as being forced to jump out from Toast's aggression there.
Yeah, first trick in any Chargers playbook, know when to super jump. Second trick, know how much STU, not STU, QSJ that you need to super jump. Azure manages to get fully wiped again. So Massacre is just definitely doing a really good job at keeping the aggression up and taking them out this game.
Yeah, and Vika's just getting into some Honey. Wow, what a snipe from Z right there. Massacre's kind of going in all in for it. Z able to jump out from that Ray. I think Azure is really threatened by Z's presence actually, and that's why you see Raze consistently trying to target that. You see Vika trying to go in and punish Raze, and you see Toast trying to jet Z right there.
Absolutely. Right now, Z has the most range on the field, and that can be all the difference on this map mode.
Now, Massacre smartly holding on to that zap. I think, so they know that they're able to get the picks. They just need to really put more paint down, but Azure prioritizes paint so much that it's hard to outpaint a team like that. Wow.
That's a beautiful snipe there from Z. Taking out Raze, which is their most of their painting source, but two do go down on the side of Massacre.
Yeah, fantastic Booyah Bomb from Flavor, able to take out two right before Azure's about to take the lead. 2 minutes left already. This game has gone by so quickly, and no team's really taken a convincing lead yet.
Absolutely, on Black Valley Skate Park, a lead of 56 does not mean anything. It is so easy to have that jump from 55, 56 to 20. Vortex managing to get a nice double there, though, to try and shut down the attempts for another push by Azure.
Yeah, I think Azure's going to end up eventually taking this within the next minute because, like, look at that map. It's so blue right now. Unless Massacre is able to smartly paint out them, and Z just continues to have that denial Stingray, as he gets a double with Raze trying to do the counter Stingray, and Z gets the Raymaker and Raze in one go. So so Z winning that Ray battle. Toast getting a fantastic pick. This could be another push for Azure. They've just been painting out much better than Massacre has been able to.
Yeah, the Rainmaker is not in a bad position right now for them, so we see one does go down on the side of Massacre. And now two, but three are down on the side of Azure. So that's going to shut things down for them.
Yeah, maybe I spoke too soon. Massacre is finally taking the leftmost push. Flavor is a little alone. Oh yeah, Flavor is completely alone as the last one, not able to get the lead. 40 seconds left with 3 specials left coming in from Azure. So this is probably going to be this is going to have to be the push they take it. Toast has to get 1 or 2 picks, or at least get some good damage. Does get Flavor out. Vortex is pushing through. Can Toast get Vortex? The Ray comes out. They're able to clean the Stingray out, and that is just Toast. So Massacre might be able to take this if they can get this cleanup kill on Toast and deny the jump, and they are able to. So Massacre is successfully defending against Azure. With 10 seconds left, Azure has to pop and push. I think it's going to be the game in favor of Massacre, going to a game 3.
Yeah, which is something that I don't think a lot of people, ourselves included, really expected.
Honestly, I think I just cursed Azure just by saying that. I thought they were going to take the game because of how much paint they did, and they were absolutely out-painting, but Massacre just completely out-fragged them at the most crucial points. Like, Vortex was getting fantastic picks. Z and Vortex topping the charts with 5 specials and 13 frags alike. So you really just have to give credit to them and Massacre as a team itself for making the picks that they did.
Absolutely. And I think every one of these Stingrays was effective. which is it's one thing to get a lot of Stingrays, it's another to use them well.
And honestly, going to tower control Inkblot, I don't think he readied up immediately. We're going to see Z on that charger for a game 3 for sure, undisputed. And I'm very excited to see it because these Stingray wars with Raze and the entirety of Azure were so dominant in that last game that this might just be the key they need to take this set and send Azure potentially to losers. But Azure does have the capability to bounce back, change their composition a little bit. Pika was working really well with that brush. I don't know if I'm going to expect them to go brush on tower control. However, anything can happen with Azure, and they're all readied up.
Yeah, Raze did ready up almost as quickly as Z did, so I would imagine that they're going to stick with some sort of dynamo. I don't remember exactly what weapon Mudcup was using last set. Was he the junior?
Mudcup is usually the support. I think Mudcup is junior / Zap usually.
He read it up pretty quickly, so he might be staying with the junior. Here we go. This one for all the marbles. Tower control, Inkblot, Art Academy.
And we're seeing the Tri Nouveau in lieu of the Armored Tri, which usually you'd see come out from someone like FT Win. We see the Tri Nouveau, and then Raze is going to stay on actually going back to that K Dynamo instead of going for the Ray Dynamo. I think that is the right choice ultimately for Raze. However, no real major changes coming in for a Massacre as Vortex pops those missiles quite early. Vortex does get the cleanup kill on Pika. That's a 2-down situation already. Can they stop this Dynamo? Yes, they can stop the Dynamo, and they are on the tower push.
And that is just right out the gate. They want this. They are hungry for that win. It would be a huge upset. And they want to make that upset happen. They're already past checkpoint 1, and we aren't even a full minute in. 2 down on the side of Azure. Raze is trying to charge another Booyah bomb, but...
Yeah, and Flavor was all the way up in their spawn, is actually smartly backs down, using the wall expertly to evade issue. Vortex gets an expertly placed suction bomb frag on Raze, preventing Raze from properly jumping out. Flavor pops an early Booyah, just trying to probably get some turf. But yeah, Massacre has a really good momentum going in with this push, but Azure is now setting up in position to take a commanding push as Pika and Flavor trade, and oh, never mind, Azure is 3 down.
Was that a collateral by Z? I think that was a squid kebab that we just saw.
Oh, that's so satisfying. I did not actually get to see it. I was focused on a different part of the map, but we do see the famous Z Stingray coming out in conjunction with those Vortex missiles. Z does get 1 down. Raze is not doing well so far this game. The Jet comes out. Flavor, bombarded by bombs, unfortunately goes down, but does a great job of distracting, and Massacre is able to stay on that second checkpoint, maybe clear it if they're able to stay on. Cat goes down, as I speak, a little bit too soon.
Just a little bit too soon. They have mostly... Oh, that was absolutely beautiful. Z, if you watch this VOD back later, you are an incredible sniper.
That was so great. Oh my goodness, there's so many foul things I want to say but can't because we are esports now. But that's just how filthy that series of snipes were. That squid kebab that you said.
Squid kebab.
With that, yeah.
So we do see 2 go down on the side of Massacre, but no, now it's a 1v1. We have Z versus Pika. I think Pika's going to go for Z. Doesn't look like it exactly. And now Cat is here to help Z, so that's probably going to stop us from seeing a Tri-vs Charger 1v1 there.
Yeah, unfortunately, Pika does catch himself in a tough position. Now, Cat is forced to back up, does get taken out by the wide flick of Raze's Dynamo. Raze has that Booyah bomb, and they're gonna... Oh, another flick come from Z. Says, don't challenge me, Toast. That's not gonna be good enough. Z able to effectively avoid that Dynamo coming in from Raze. Z gets another slice on Raze. Z is on fire this game.
Z is just going absolutely crazy.
That's so insane. Toast is going down yet again. Mudcup is forced to just hate and back up. They are able to take out Z finally, so Massacre's probably not going to push, knowing that their backline, their star backline is out right now, and they're going to elect to jump out and defend instead. Azure has a minute 26 to push 2:46. That is that second checkpoint and some change. I think Massacre's just going to go ahead and try and charge another Stingray and stop this. A very smart trade coming in from Azure as the jet goes down. It is just Z and Cat here, and Toast is providing a lot of pressure with this.
Yeah,
Ray comes out.
Ray is out. It doesn't look like that Azure has any armor to block it, so that will do a very good job of stalling the tower. Mudcup does go down, so Ray also goes down. Pika tries to run away. Looks like he gets taken out by Flabber. And then Toast gets cleaned up by Flabber as well. They are just doing so well.
Yeah, their defense has been fantastic. It gets to that checkpoint, and Z just says, "Oh, you're standing still. That's not going to be good enough for me. I'll be able to take you out." Another 2 down on Azure during that defense. They're on the second checkpoint. They can extend their lead in the last 30 seconds. Pika able to get a defensive cleanup kill on Vortex there. The K-shot goes down. Armor comes out. They're pushing past that checkpoint. I think Massacre's going to be pretty happy with this push, and Azure has to play perfectly to get their lead back in these next 10 seconds and overtime.
Yeah, 31 is a pretty tall order, especially since there is a checkpoint in between Azure's score and Massacre's score, and that is a prime time for Z to use that Stingray that he is holding on to.
And he's already using it out, actually. There is a jump. Mudcup staying on the tower, able to live. Raze jumps on the tower as Mudcup goes down. 2v2 situation. Z says not good enough. Flavor's on the tower. That is the upset. Massacre takes a 2-1 over Azure.
And pardon me for making the extremely bad pun, but that was it was a absolutely bloody massacre in terms of Massacre. Just killing Azure over and over again. Look at those kill counts. 18 kills for Z, 15 for Vortex, 12 for Flabber.
Someone lock this man up because Z is a bona fide criminal for doing that to Azure. Now, Massacre's going to go and look back at this moment and say, guys, remember when we did this? Remember when we played absolutely amazing and took down a very experienced team? We can play like that more often. So kudos to you, Massacre, as you move on to place yet another powerful team in Sonder, who has been consistently top 3 in this series over the last few weeks.
Good luck to them and good luck to Azure in the losers bracket. They are definitely one of the teams that, going down to losers, I would put money on them making it at least to the semifinals of losers.
Yeah, I would expect them to be top 6, top 4 in the tournament, and then get very, very high in losers bracket. But it looks like we are gonna very quickly move on to the next round. Let me go ahead and check the chat and see what next we are playing.
It looks like Requiem versus... It's a very scrunchy emoticon phase.
This looks like Requiem versus Requiem Part 2. Honestly, you see Max Scrape Shadow, and okay, well, all of these teams have played with each other in pickups, but I think this is Requiem versus a pickup that is essentially Requiem Friends. And I recognize Q, Leafy. Q might be playing with Requiem, and it's like In Control, basically In Control pickup plus versus Requiem.
Yeah, which will definitely be interesting. In Control, obviously one of the very few sponsored teams in this scene. And we see a Madness and a Maidness. So we know which one got catified.
All right, so it looks like the face is the team name. It's like the greater than dash less than face, which is like an anime version of someone looking exasperated, I guess. But that team is comprised of Leafy, Sheenx, which you see by In Control Shinx, Q, and Madness. And I believe they have the number two in North America winner, Nolan, also on that roster, SS Nolan, the K-Pro player. I do not think they will be playing this set right now. On the other side of Requiem, we have Max, Grape, Shadow, And oh, okay, I guess they're also registered as Maideness in this too. Probably Cherry, if I have to guess.
Probably Cherry. Most likely. Somebody in chat is saying to call the In Control pickup Blushy. So Team Blushy it is.
All right, yeah, it makes it a lot easier on the commentator job to say that. Very thankful for the commentator or the commenter who said that. So
thank you, Cast Mode.
So yeah, go for it. Go for it.
Q is probably going to run a charger of some sort. Q is a phenomenal charger player. I'd be very surprised if she doesn't run a charger here. Madness will probably run a Knot. No clue about Shinx. I usually think of him as a Tentabrella guy, but every time I see him lately, it seems like he's not playing Brella.
Yeah, given that you have a charger with a Knot, I don't think you're going to end up seeing Shinx on the tent. I think you're probably going to see him run a Junior or a Zap. I'm curious to see what Leafy does, because Leafy's been flexing a bunch of stuff. Like, they flex Dualies, they flex Junior, they flex Zap. But given that this is Zone's Humpback, and we know the Aerospray PG meme, you know, the Booyah Bomb meme that is Humpback Pump Track, I'm curious to see if we're going to see a heavy remix or a bunch of Aerosprays on this set too.
And then on the other side, Shadow, if I remember correctly, mainly plays Tentabrella, correct?
Shadow's also cut from the same cloth. Shadow plays Tent and Junior as well. So Shadow's like a semi-aggressive, a somewhat aggressive support player. And then I think Grape and Max are their aggros, and Cherry is their Knot player.
And so here we go, Splat Zones, Humpback Pump Track. So we see an Explosher on the side of Requiem, and then on the side of Plushy. I'm actually surprised, but Q is running a heavy remix, which, as we mentioned with the Aerospray, has Booyah Bombs.
Yeah, so it's actually kind of funny. Sayo, I believe it was a pay-to-splat or something like that, or an invitational, where Sayonara and Quantum were essentially running like meme weapons. Not really meme weapons, but like a meme composition because of the dominance of Booyah Bomb, and that's why I think we're going to end up seeing Q go that, who was playing during that set. Now Cherry going for the X-Flosher is another thing that you're going to see in Zone Pumpback. X-Flosher and Tri-Slosher very strong in their own right. Now, looks like Blushy has control of the zone. Q has a pretty strong move, as Requiem was forced to jump back very early. And who was that, like, 1v4ing the entire team? That's Leafy, unfortunately going down as they pop in armor. But they have to move very quickly, as that timer for Blushy is very, very quickly going down.
Yep, already past the 30-second mark. Requiem does manage to catch and put a very hefty penalty on Blushy. But we'll have to see if they can keep control of that zone, because their main aggressor is down.
Wow, and that's the weakness of the Explosher there, as the Pencil Slashing Machine gets a splash down and actually takes someone out on the side of Requiem. And Blushy so quickly has the zone back. It's like, yeah, Requiem has to play a little bit more cohesive to be able to push out in a situation like that, as Q has yet another Booyah Bomb so quickly.
Booyah's away, Madness on the left with that Sloshing, like the Explosher, like the Tri-Slosher Nouveau. The Sloshing is very, very powerful on this map. Sloshing in general really are. You can see that Blushy has already ripped through that entire penalty, and two members of Requiem with it.
Yeah, and that penalty is so done. The splashdown is going to come to try and, oh wow, they've capped over all of that. And that's the painting power of the Tri-Slosher Junior plus the Explosher on the zone of Humpback. Now, Cherry, it looks like, is going to be popping those bubbles. Might go down, does go down to expertly place the Booyah Bomb. So just as quickly as Requiem gets the zone, Blushy takes it back so quickly and is cutting into that deep penalty.
Absolutely. Blushy's comp is very aggressive. It can move extremely quickly, a lot faster than I would say Requiem's comp can.
Yeah, they move
the
so...
The is just such a slow and heavy weapon. And that's really what's paying off for Blushy, is that fast-moving comp that they have.
It also feels like Q has maybe like a main plus of special charge up with how frequently she's able to charge those Booyah Bombs.
Yeah, that was her fourth Booyah. She's averaging just over 1 every minute and a third, give or take. 2 do go down on the side of Blushies, though, which gives Requiem a chance to cap that zone. If they can set up into a defensive position, that can really help. But another Booyah from Q is just going to shut that down. 3 down on the side of Requiem.
Yeah, forcing Cherry to jump out, unfortunately. And Madness, looks like, look at that frontline Q, actually. Q takes their opposite hill, forcing Requiem to not be able to push through that. So it's a kind of a pincer position as Leafy the aggro is on the far right, forcing them to push through the middle through bombs. So they're funneling in Requiem to the middle as they actually have the zone. So they're like, it's so interesting. Actually, I love that strategy. Q, the back line takes the far left hill while the front line takes the far right hill. They pincer them, funnel them into the middle, force them to drop down into a less advantageous position, and they have to think about it, and they end up just not having the time to push back in.
Yeah, that was excellent work by Blushies there. So next, 7 armors. Q. My apologies, Q. Q with the 5 Booyahs, all of which were just placed so well. But Requiem is a very strong team, and they definitely do have the ability to take out Blushies and win the next 2 games in this set. They'll have to start off doing that on Mako Mart Clam Blitz.
Now, I am actually expecting to see the baller Squiffer coming out from Q. I don't expect another reprisal of Splatlings. I don't think Q prefers to play Splatlings at all. If she can avoid it, she will. And given that we just saw her reach 2700 on tower control with the classic, or I think it was the baller Squiffer, we're probably going to end up seeing that. If not, then some other kind of Squiffer, or honestly, maybe a Charger, but I doubt it.
Yeah, Mako Mart has a lot of changes in elevation, which can make it sometimes hard to run a conventional Charger on it in Clam Blitz. Not that it's impossible, and for somebody of Q's skill, it's totally possible, but I would imagine that she would go with the faster-moving Squiffer instead, or maybe even a Bamboo. I would love to see the baller Squiff. It's my favorite Squiffer. I have a soft spot for it.
Yeah, I would love to see it too. It's a really fun Squiffer as well. I don't think I've actually gotten to see her pull it out in composition. Usually it's the fresh or the classic opting to go for an armor comp instead.
Here we go, Clam Blitz, Mako Mart. Time to play some football.
And we see Cherry go to Nautilus, and they're going double Nautilus, and instead I think that's Q on the custom jet. What is happening? Junior double Nautilus and custom jet squelcher with tenacity special charge. So Q's gonna go opt for a race cam on the other side.
So the double knock can work. I mean, Bowcut Nation was able to make it work in one of the area comps of all places, which is a place here you wouldn't think a weird comp like that would work. So I believe that Blushies can pull off a double Nautilus comp. It's going to be very interesting to see it work.
Yeah, unfortunately, we do see Leafy's not go down twice in the first 30 seconds. Meanwhile, Requiem does have a ball. I think they just have a lot more mobility. And I think Mako Mart works better for their composition and their play style a little bit more than Humtrack does. Shadow with the armor, going to survive and push and get that first clam in. Unfortunately, well, it is a 2v1 situation, so it's just Max and Grape and Max are going to be able to take out get a few more clams. Max does get the trade with Q. Looks like Madness trades with Grape, and I think that's the end of that push. But like I said, I think Mako Mart Clam works well for their competition.
Yeah, the slashers can be pretty good on Clamblets on Mako Mart just because of, again, changes of elevation with the stack. It's not dissimilar to Humpback in that regard. They've already got it down to 59 points remaining, so if Blushies is going to do anything, not only do they need to make it happen now while 3 down are on the side of Requiem, but they're also going to need probably 2 power clams to really chew through those points.
Yeah, and Madness opting to not use the splash, or not use the, wow, there's a lead already. Madness opting not to use the Inkjet and instead poke at it and able to combo the Inkjet with Leafy, who gets a fantastic direct right there. Grape camps the jump, so Leafy does go down. It is just Grape on defense, and clams are still coming in. Grape gets another one with that Junior. Grape is really more playing like an aggro since he pushes it to 30, and I think Requiem has done the job of clearing out Blushies.
Yeah, that was a great push from Flushy. Most teams are not going to be able to make something like that happen so quickly after another push. So the Requiem has pushed up. They are going to try and get a push going again as soon as possible. Well, they not only have to get through almost 30 points to start touching Flushy's lead, but they also had that 20-point penalty, so that's one power clam that just gets completely nullified. Yeah,
one power clam completely gone. Now, Requiem does have 16 clams, and Max is in a position to push potentially if they can clean out Madness, and they do. So Max can get that power clam in. Q is watching, ever dominant. Max misses, unfortunately, just by a pixel. Can they get the clam? Grape does get the clam and get the clam in. Max has too much damage on him, so does go down to Stink's punishment. Now, Requiem, they don't have anything to push in, so they have to risk everything for that clam. Unfortunately, Max not making that clam in did actually end up hurting them.
Only down to 47, but it does chew through their penalty a bit. So next push, they won't have as much to go. Madness in the alley with 6 clams. He's trying to see if he can get up on that stack and kill somebody. He's joined by his teammate Kinex, now building a ball with him, and it goes in, but Kinex does get taken down. Now, 2 down on the side of Flushy, so that was really good defense.
Well, yeah, I think Max is just in a tough position, not able to really move around with that Tri-Slosher. Forced to drop the football because of Q's Q's Ray. Now Cherry wants to go, Cherry or Leafy, whoever, I think that is Cherry with the Nautilus, does want to go for the football, but it ends up breaking because of that Stinger. So that's exactly why you see Q go that custom Jet Sculpture to just disrupt their clan comp. And now looks like Flushy has 27 compared to Requiem's 19. Unfortunately does go down, but Q is there to just get all the clan. And there's another Ray.
Right, so looking at the top of the screen, we can see that that is Q's 6th Ray of the game. Oh, make that her 7th. Sorry, I saw that.
Goodness. Oh my goodness. 7 Rays in a game like this where you don't actually have a lot of turf to build it up. Now Q gets another fall-off kill on Cherry. Leaf is going to push in and get the score. 17 seconds left. If they can keep the clam, if they can keep the basket open for 17 seconds, that is GG. Or they just have to get 3 more clams in and KO. 1 more clam in and that will do it. And there we go. Flushy is moving on 2-0 over Requiem to face the winner of Sonder versus Massacre.
Yes, which will more likely than not be Sonder. So that would be an interesting match to see how that plays out and who will be sent down to losers there. Requiem down in losers. They'll be running into some pretty good teams in there at that point. Let me just see if I can check the bracket real quick.
Looks like we will see Sonder versus them on the other side. Now, actually, we will see OATS, which I think is an old pickup team that is comprised of Conron members. And I am confirming, yes, it is actually Juan, Domo, Jared, and Beanie. So that is effectively like old Destiny Bond.
That's Destiny Bond, for those of you who don't know, was essentially a very, very good, almost super team that was around a while back.
It took Destiny Bond essentially took the best player from one of every top team. They had 0 from Quantum.
That's Dream you're thinking of, not Destiny Bond.
No, I'm also thinking of Destiny Bond. Destiny Bond had 0 for a bit.
Oh, yeah.
Jared from Sayonara, Bliss from who was then on FT Win, Domo, who was Domo and Juan were both free agent supports that were playing around a lot with those +1 teams, and they ended up making a name for themselves, taking sets over really, really powerful Japanese pickups, taking sets over Alliance Rogue in a famous set that went to 14 games. So it was a bracket reset, best of 7, and then another best of 7 going to game 7 both times.
Yeah, that I believe was maybe at the end of the Crown, the Crown tournament.
No, I think it was a monthly. I think it may have been like a Saturday morning coffee, but it wasn't the Crown. In any case,
it was a long time ago. That's what it was.
Yeah, definitely, it was months ago, before all of this. All right, so I believe at this point, I will be heading out, and Stu will be taking over for me. Let's take a quick break, and we'll be right back with the next set, which is OATS versus Cookie Dough 2.0. This has been an absolute pleasure, and we will sign off, and please stick around.
And a pleasant good evening to all of you, to you and yours. Wherever you're watching from around the world, we are coming to you live from the underground layers of the Inkling Performance Laboratory. This is Stu the Announcer, rocking out with you here on twitch.tv/IPL Splatoon for this, the 11th edition. It is this week, Smash or Sing. Joined here by Shads, we have seen some pretty cool action thus far, and of course, punctuated by that 2-0 over what were you calling them? Is basically
Plushy.
All right. Well,
Plushy
yeah.
with a B.
Plushy. Gotcha. Okay. Plushy over Requiem. Yeah. They took it to him without a doubt, but it kind of feels like everyone's trying to put on their best dancing shoes, especially after this weekend.
Yeah, everybody is super hyped, super excited after that amazing tournament at Squid House. We'll see if this set here is going to be just as exciting as the last. We have Cookie Dough 2.0 versus OATS, which is a pickup team. Actually, I believe both of them are pickup teams.
Interesting. So, yeah, I mean, it's again with the burden of proof being on pretty much all the teams. Honestly, after this last weekend, it's maybe the pressure's on just a little bit more, but then again, kind of feels like the spotlight has been shown on all of us, especially with all the people that have been giving the game a try. Certainly individuals like DeBuzz, who was scrimming with Bowcut Nation. Who knows? Maybe DeBuzz skips out on the box one week and comes here and tries their luck. Who knows? But certainly Mewtwo King, playing on their stream. It's so cool to see this game being spread, and honestly, just wherever you're watching from, whatever community you find yourself identifying as being a part of, you're more than welcome here. Pretty much every single week.
Yep, so here we are, Sturgeon Shipyard Rainmaker. You can see Beanie on the Kensugal. There is, I don't know who this person that is. It's a Japanese name on the T-Tag. PRG Time on the Bamboo, and Dylan on the Klugas on the side of Cookie Dough 2.0. And we already have a push to 59 within the first minute, which is not the best push, but also definitely not a bad one on this stuff, I'd say.
Oh, not at all. I mean, really just comes down to nice kill with the first bomb there. Nice little shot from distance. But yeah, 41 points right off the board. It really just comes down to how efficiently you can push through those alleyways. It seems like that seems to be the preferred route, even if it isn't quote-unquote optimal. It just goes to show that swimming and speed really is valued that much, to the point where maybe we can kind of do without the ramps that you can't make at all whatsoever.
Yeah, the hammer does come out. Looks like we're going to try and get somebody. Does not happen, and hammer is actually killed.
Yeah, beautiful little workaround there, and there is going to be a battle in that pit. It's going to be 1-3-3 on the map to Cookie Dough 2.0. Going to try to get a push going, excuse me. However, numbers are in the favor of OATS, and now they're going to be looking to counterattack. Just trying to tag anyone following along with the shield from the Tentabrella, but no takers on that one, as Beanie is going to go to work on the Rainmaker barrier. And well, this is a weird operation to have to go through, especially with the Rainmaker in that position. How do you work around from that point? Certainly the goal is to get it exactly where they're going right now, but it seems so untenable. You have to rely on a lot going right, with the picks that you get specifically. And it seems like they're not doing all that bad right now, but it's really just kind of holding position right now.
Yeah, Beanie is deep into the enemy's court right now, trying to see if he can pick somebody off. It does not seem to happen. She's going to run back a little bit.
And it's not like they were performing poorly by any stretch of the imagination. It's just they were not able to get the picks necessary to keep on going. And they are going to relinquish control of the Rainmaker soon enough, unless they can get something going forward. They cannot. It's going to be 3-3 on the map. Perhaps a barrier breakage again for OATS, as they may well be taking possession of the Rainmaker yet again, especially with that nozzle nose out of the way. The potential of the Inkjet is not going to be forthcoming at the moment. Rainmaker will instead reset. And wait, no, never mind. Grabbed it at the last second. I did not see that. Excuse me, as Beanie. Sometimes the action just goes a little too fast for the eye to keep up. Luckily, we have the guiding hand of Inkfair rolling us through this. Speaking of silent carries,
I just don't want to interrupt you. You're talking so much. So Nico is pushing up. He's got that Inkjet that he doesn't manage to look like he's going to get anybody, but he also is alive thanks to that armor. Beanie is going to be flanked by someone who's over on that catwalk to the left. A cleverly placed wall is going to try and stop that from happening. And it does do a good job of it. The Tentabrel goes down, as well as the Bamboo on the side of Cookie Dough. Oh, but just as I say that, two are down on the side of OATS, the C-Jet and the T-Tech, so it's an effective 2v2 right now.
Yeah, but make that what might as well be a 3v2 at the moment, as both super jumps come in on mid. Cookie Dough in pretty decent position to try to get something going. However, getting into that pit is going to be easier said than done. A lot is going to be put on the Bamboo. However, it's going to be a 2v1 among those things. So please pardon me, but it's again not an impossible proposition, but OATS putting this defense on absolute lockdown, especially with Beanie coming up big on the front line.
Yeah, they are doing a really, really good job. Beanie's had some excellent wall placements, which has definitely helped in not only keeping them alive, but also keeping their teammates alive. Cookie Dough does manage to grab the Rainmaker just before the clock runs out. Oh, but they do
this
go
might be a
down, so that's going to be it for them. Oats takes this first game with a push of 58.
Yeah, and that was a good little... I like the idea. You're going for the mad dash, but ultimately that 42-21 count is just a little too much to overcome. And again, the efficiency on that little alleyway in the left side couldn't even get up all the way to where you really needed to go. But certainly when you have efficiency like Yaman, I believe that was. I could be... if I'm mispronouncing that, please correct me.
That would be Domo.
Domo. Oh, it is Domo. Oh my gosh. Okay, they just saw the... I just saw the different name, and I was going off of what was on the screen. But of course, Domo would be leading the field with kills leading the field in kills with 14. Sorry, I get a little excited by this game too. But then again, after action like we just saw, I can't say that you blame me all that much.
Absolutely not. You're so excited. It just really gets you going. The Clamblitz Snapper Canal. I would assume that Xe is going to stay on the Tent Umbrella. They, of course, are a very, very good Tent Umbrella player.
Absolutely.
I don't know if Time will stick on the Bamboo, though. They might go something else.
Well, considering the map and the mode, it kind of makes you wonder, right? Because if it's... I actually didn't see what mode it was, to be completely honest.
It's Clamblitz.
Yeah, see, that it makes you wonder, because you do like the mobility that the Bamboos would provide, but then again, it's not like there aren't other backline weapons that give you that exact same thing, and also perhaps would provide a very beneficial Stingray very, very quickly. Hint, hint, nudge, nudge.
I feel like somebody wants to see a Sea-Jet.
I'm not saying I want to. I'm just saying we may very well... Yeah, there you go. So, that's... Then again, you're being countered by a Bamboozler as well. We're taking a look at the rest of the compositions as well. Beanie, you might as well go with what works. And Oats is going to try to tack on to their lead. It is best of 5 territory that we're in now, so Cookie Dough does have some room to work with. But again, Shads, it's not a whole lot.
Yeah, it really isn't, and they do have a very unconventional comp. You see the Bamboo, which normally is not a bad pick for Clamblitz. This map, it can be a little funky on since it's just so big, and there are a lot of places for enemies to hide behind. They have the Ruga Deco from Dylan, and Dylan is a very, very good Rugas player in general, but it's just not a weapon you see a lot. And then the Tent Umbrella from Xe. But they're making it work already. They have the push down to 59. Sorry, make that. Oh, it's still going until 47. Yeah. Will Dylan be able to add on to that? No, he doesn't. So very quick, right off the bat, 1 minute in, they're already at 47 points.
Yeah, Oats is trying to counterpunch really quickly, able to get 2 on that in that wide open area. Beanie is going to try to turn the ink rail over to their color, but again, it's just blocked by by some cheekiness. Splash wall shenanigans occurring over on the left side as the Inkjet takes to this guy, is going to try to get a pick. Indeed, finds Nico. Could be looking for another one. The splash wall may well have saved their life for now, but it's still 4-2 on the map as Xe lies in wait. And the Stingray going to try to hunt them down, and finally Oats is going to get something to trade right by the basket. They may well not be done with this push. However, there are only 2 on the map. They do not have a whole lot left with which to push. They do have 10 clams. They do have, I believe that Pity Clam was never grabbed.
Yes,
actually,
Pity Clam was not grabbed. So they have 34-ish points right now that they're holding on to between the 4 little clams and the power clam. And of course, now they do have the Pity Clam as well. So they do have a fair amount of points. Dylan manages to sneak into the enemy base and take out that Stingray without actually dying, which is really good. There's 2 of Oats down by Cookie Dough's basket, but another one goes down. Dylan providing that jump for the Bamboo in to get another pick going, and a well-placed splash ball to stop the Bamboo. But he misses. Oh, doesn't it?
And this is where the back-breaking blows could come in. You saw what they were able to do. 80 points to 29 as it stands, Dads. And yeah, that is just such a heartbreaker. You have 20 clams ready to go, but then you just get wiped out in the middle of the map as you're trying to fight for territory, fighting to get that push right back in. You feel like you're hanging in with Cookie Dough, and then all of a sudden, what might as well be a team wipe wound up being 3 right near your own basket. And of course, that big response coming through. However, here they come, storming back. They have the clan, and they could be taking the lead, and indeed they do! One more clam is going to do it! The knockout blow, where's it going to come from? They don't have a clam yet. 99 points on the board. What a response, Shaz!
That was absolutely what they needed, and now it is in Cookie Dough's wheelhouse now. But it is important to note, not only do they have a power clam on the board, but they do have a pity clam. So that is enough to put them to get 6 points winning with these 2 little clams, and that will give them the knockout. XE has his bubbles ready. They are out. They are being pushed up. 1 goes down on the side of Oats. It's 2 down on the side of Cookie Dough. It's a 2v2 now. The jump is in. Will they get it? It looks like they might actually get this. XE providing that very, very crucial defense.
But they do 10 umbrellas, but those frontliners did an incredible job of invalidating whatever push there may have been. Make the basket busy. That is how you create opportunity. You just create chaos, and what winds up being almost a knockout blow for Cookie Dough 2.0 instead turns into a good goal line stand, as it were, at Snapper Canal, as Dylan is going to make their exit by way of super jump to avoid that stingray, and a wise decision, I would say. But again, a power clam gets rid of that entire penalty, Shadow Dragon. This is going to be a tough ask for Oats. If they cannot hold on defensively, it's going to come down again to how well they utilize that tent umbrella.
They need a power clam first off, and right now they do not have one, although they are close to one. So they will build one in time. They have 14 clams at the ready. 2 go down at the side of Oats.
Yeah, they have an opportunity here, but the power clam is nowhere to be seen. They eventually do get the barrier breakage. The knockout blow, the overtime KO. They had that area surrounded in green, but where there is a gap, there is an opportunity. Cookie Dough 2.0 seizes it to tie this setup at 1.
And that was very good on Cookie Dough for keeping that quill. One thing that you and I did not mention was the first push, where Cookie Dough had an opportunity to knock it out when they originally were at 20. They did have a second power clam, and that power clam's jump got taken out before they could jump, which is why the game was not knocked out at that point. And for a lot of teams, that would just send them into total panic scramble mode, and Cookie Dough 2.0 managed to keep their cool and was able to recover from that and actually knock out the game, which was very, very good.
And of course, I mean, so much work being done right by the basket, and it seemed like that game was not lost by Oats as much as it was won by Cookie Dough, if that makes any sense. But it just kind of feels like that. It didn't feel like any team played that poorly at all. But of course, that initial push by Cookie Dough perhaps just making the difference. All the credit in the world to Oats for being able to come back from what seemed like a devastating blow. They were about to really take control of the set, it felt like. But then, of course, Cookie Dough with the counter punch, trying to bring it all the way, Cookie Dough with that counter punch to bring it all the way back down. But then Oats scoring 99 points. Oats, I mean, they made Cookie Dough work for that every last step of the way, and certainly Skipper Pavilion Splat Zones is going to be no different.
Yes, this is another map that I love to run E-Later on. I don't think we'll see an E-Later this set. I'm not sure if either of the teams have a backline. So we'll see. They did. Cookie Dough did run a Stingray, it looked, I think, last set. Well, in last match, so we'll see if there is one.
Yeah, the C-Jet, was it not?
Yeah, C-Jet. But a C-Jet is a much different beast from an E-Leader.
That is very true.
I would expect to see XE sticking with the tent. I don't know if it'll be the hammer one or the bubble one, but we are about to find out. So it's like C-Jet and
it is going to be
liquid tent.
Yeah, that is going to be Domo on the C-Jet. Is that correct? Or wait a second.
Yes.
Yeah,
Domo on the C-Jet, one on the NZAP. Time sticking with that tried and trusted bamboo. Plugas on the side of Cookie Dough in the hands of Dylan once again.
And Exy, again, providing such utility with that Tentabrella. It looks like they will be made to acquiesce just a little bit. The missiles are going to help perhaps an area of opportunity, but Dylan sticking it to them with the Glugas. No pun intended, I assure you. But that is going to be Exy again, trying to take care of that little runway area as the area, the zone is ticking down past the 20-point marker. And again, this is one of those things where you're probably going to see this get KO'd one way or another, but it's not like there isn't areas of opportunity for you to take this thing back. There is a lot of areas of ingress here.
Yeah, it is not over until that zone timer is completely down to 0. And as you see, there's a good chance for OATS to take this zone on in their favor. Actually stuck in his bubbles. Those 2 people had gone down. But it's an almost instantaneous recap, and Cookie Dough is back to working on that penalty. And here's where things are about to get pretty bloody, because it's essentially a 3-2 at the moment.
Yeah, and again, taking to the skies. Look at that. They are looking to the skies for their answer, and they found it. And just like that, trying to count this down even further. There's a few bodies in the zones, but again, the thing with splat zones is that you're obviously concerned about the zone itself, sure. But when you eventually do have all those bodies in the zone, it means that you're ceding so much area for your opposition to try to work their way in. And
you're also providing a lot of area for them to paint with special.
Exactly, and that really is the rub with Skipper Pavilion, is that you have to spread yourself out so much. You're not really this Walleye Warehouse. This is not. You are not going to find anyone in an alleyway or in a super cooped up area. There is nothing but free range out here, and certainly, if you are Cookie Dough, you've got nothing but time as you are counting this down past the 75-point mark. But how to hold on to this thing is the $64,000 question, is it not?
Yeah, it is. Right there, that was good. It was a good attempt to try and cap the zone by OATS, but with Domo stuck in that Stingray, they weren't just able to outpaint it. Xy's bubbles are bursting onto the zone, and they are capping it. But they do have a substantial penalty to chew through. Oh, Beanie unfortunately whiffs that Booyah Bomb and hits the wall instead of wherever he was trying to aim it at.
Yeah, that is a rough, that's a rough go of it. Either way, we have Exy right now trying to coordinate with their team. Right now, as it stands, 83 points on the board compared to the 52 of the opposition. Domo is going to break out the Stingray, go down to that lower area of elevation, maybe forced to interrupt the Stingray, considering that they have missiles locked onto them.
And he was.
On the map. Oh, sorry.
He was forced to interrupt that Stingray.
Yeah, bombs are going to help push in from that runway, and it could be time for takeoff if they are not careful. Cookie Dough 2.0. trying to maintain this lead as we reach the minute mark, and a very methodically paced match, all things considered. But you could not tell from looking at the action on the screen, could you, Dad?
Not really. Everything looks so hectic, but they are, and by they I mean Cookie Dough, are really just they're trotting along at the same pace. But it is just a very fast one. It is very even. They aren't really stumbling a lot, which makes it look a lot faster than you would think it is.
One retake is going to do it, but it does not happen for them. OATS are able to make it back, and as they are trying to seal this deal, they're going to have to cut into a penalty first. Those fizzy bombs are going to play a huge part in keeping the OATS at range, looking for the 2-1 series lead. This could prove to be huge. The 10 missiles, GG missiles perhaps? No, not quite. The Inkjet is going to get taken out, but not before taking down time. 3-2 on the map. They still maintain control, and Cookie Dough are going to take this third game, hanging on to the zones, holding off OATS. Cookie Dough going up by a score of 2-1 heading into this fourth game. And
that was just really good for them. It was very smooth. It was methodical, very machine-like in a sense, that it was precise. They just did an excellent job in continuously retaking the zone, never letting their penalty stay large for long. I think one thing that we haven't talked about a lot is the fact that Dylan is running those Glugas, and Glugas are not a very easy weapon to run, and he is doing a fantastic job with them.
Yeah, and that's kind of the essence of Team Splatoon, isn't it? Where you have to work within a unit, but also allow for the eccentricities and certainly the strengths of your individual talents to shine. And certainly no one encapsulates that quite as much as Dylan. Shout outs to the Glue Gang in the chat. Your boy is popping off, but Dylan, has been leading the field with KAs pretty much the last two maps, I believe. I think it was 15 that first time around, 12 in this last one, and their work on the front line does not go unappreciated by their teammates. And to be able to wield a weapon that can be as erratic at times as Glugas, certainly no small feat. It's one of those things about low tier mains. I don't know, you just can't quite get a handle on them, Shads.
Yeah, the other thing that is very interesting is that the Bamboo and the Glugas together on the same team. Glugas, even the one with the fizzies, is not the best painted weapon by far. Mm-hmm. Tent can paint a decent amount, but it gets outpainted by so many things. And Bamboo, if you're running the 99.9 one-tap Bamboo, you need a lot of paint. The fact that they are able to make a comp with those three weapons on it together work really says something to their individual skill as players and their ability to play around each other.
I mean, it says a lot about their confidence level as well. You are almost relying on your ability to get these kills and keep the numbers advantage in your favor. And while they did not get the KO, they certainly got enough to secure the victory, counting that ticker down all the way to 95 and having the point secured going into as the time expired. So 2-1 for Cookie Dough. They will be clad in green, but OATS looking to get them tangled up in blue as we ride the tower on the reef.
Yeah, and we do see on the side of OATS the Clash Blaster coming out, which is another weapon that we do not see at competitive Splatoon a lot. Even down in the lower levels where you can get away with almost anything.
Yeah. Welcome to Swimmer Solo Queue, folks. This is Clash Blaster on tower control. Actually though, I will give him this. It's the Clash Blaster Neo, so it's not going to be the Stingray. It's not going to be the Stingray Blaster Spam. Yeah. Give him credit for that. However, missiles definitely have been a counter for Stingray, for quite some time.
Yes, but given the fact that OATS is not faced a single Stingray this set, that really makes me question, why would you go off of it? Stingray is very powerful on tower control, even in this meta of double armors.
Oh my gosh, they're past the third checkpoint already. Cookie Dough with this wonderful push. Dylan gonna try to get behind Tomo and gets them beautifully executed. 2-2 on the map. Dylan just begging their teammates to get back there. I'm here for you. Let me support you. But unfortunately, just did not have the numbers to their advantage. And so they are riding it back in. 4-4 on the map. Make that 3-4. That K-Pro is down. 4-2. The NZAP goes down. Nico wreaking havoc on that nozzle nose, and the rest of the team trying to push back in. 88 points on the map for Cookie Dough as they're trying to seal this deal and try to seal their place in winner's final. They could be well on their way here. Shaz, the Clash Blaster takes the Inkjet out of the air and ends the push of Cookie Dough. But the damage is done. 89-0 right now, Shaz.
Yes, and with only approximately 3 minutes left, they have chewed up a good chunk of OATS' time to get back in there. I mentioned last game, machine-like precision, and this is the epitome of that on tower control.
You have to be a unit, let me tell you. And Dylan certainly, speaking of units, my goodness, is going to let that baller provide themselves just a little bit of protection as well as offensive utility. Is just making life hell for the K-Shot. For the K-Pro, excuse me. 3-1 on the map. The Clash Blaster, the only one remaining. They're going to try to push up ahead, but they might not be finding the marks. The mark may well be finding them as Dylan pursues them on the bridge. And again, Cookie Dough going to be riding the tower. OATS able to get a decent little push going, but decent little pushes are not going to get the job done here, Shads. Dylan is just tearing things up in the middle. The glue gang sticks together, and you better believe there's no bond quite as strong as the look of a solid, world-class frontliner.
Yeah, and then that one fight with K-Pro particularly, most people are going to die to that situation he found himself in. Now, he does finally get taken down by, I think, Clash Blaster. But even still, a minute 30 remaining, so much ground to cover, 2 checkpoints that they have to get through.
I believe you're right about that, by the way, about the Clash Blasters. Certainly those curling bombs, I mean, I don't think they're providing as much use as perhaps they would like. Dylan is going to get knocked off of their perch, however, as OATS is trying to continue in. Going to have to get past the second checkpoint, and indeed, they will at least be able to contest it here. There's 4-4 on the map, gets taken down, and they are able to count down past the second checkpoint at the very least, but not without its casualties. 3-3 on the map. Cookie Dough is headhunting. They are out for blood, looking for their place in winner's final, and they could very well earn it, though. Domo is going to be trying to wreak havoc. Well-placed Splat Bomb on the tower is going to make them vacate it, and still, Cookie Dough holding strong despite this second win that has been acquired by OATS. An excellent job at the very depth of this match. 73 ticks on the board for them. But again, Cookie Dough with all of that forward momentum at the very beginning, OATS has not been able to combat that yet, Shads.
Yeah, that first push. So normally a push of 27 on the Reek is considered very, very good. But when you're faced with a push of 11 right off the back, you just have so much ground to cover, and then when you have Dylan in your face, chewing through everything, it's just going to end up with nothing happening. They're not able to get to the tower in time, and Cookie Dough takes this series 3-1.
In Mother Russia, Cookie Dough chew through you. 3-1 is going to be the final score of this one. And just look at the KAs. Nico leading the way with 14 splats. Certainly those six inkjets helping out. Dylan and Nico combining for 25 KAs. That certainly helped with clearing all 3 of those checkpoints, like we mentioned. And yeah, those little pushes definitely help. And it's not like OATS played a poor game, but they were just simply wiped out by that by the force of that initial opening of that initial gambit there.
Yep, so next round is winners finals, I believe, correct?
That is true, and I believe we are going to be seeing the winner of Plushie versus Sonder. Last I checked, it was Plushie up by a score of 1-0, but right now they are drawn up at 2-2. So Sonder going to be looking for their time in the spotlight. We saw them do quite well, Shads, over the weekend at this at the tournament to qualify for Squid House. Sonder were actually one of the few teams to be able to take a set off of FT Win in the speed ladder. But Sonder, again, they had revenge enacted upon them in the form of a 2-1 victory. That last game in tower control at Starfish main stage, Keo registering about 17 splats, but I think actually it was Synapse that wound up leading the field in splats, regardless of that beautiful team performance by FT Win. Very good last push by Sonder. So Sonder looking for their time in the spotlight, and they could very well be earning it at the expense of Plushie. But again, there's only one way to know for sure as we await the results. It's going to be Cookie Dough 2.0 waiting for them.
And while we are waiting, we have a few things to talk about, such as the fact that IPL has staff applications open.
Yes, absolutely.
We are looking for production team members. And we're also opening up applications for future tournaments in other regions such as the EU and Oceania, which we have heard many people request time and time again. If you're interested in staffing these regions, please fill out the form that I'm going to put in the stream chat. If you're interested more in one area, you can fill it out as many times as you want. We would love to have you join us. And then, right here on this very channel, on Saturday at 1 p.m. EST, the first High Ink is going to be streamed. High Ink is an invitational made up of past winners of Low Ink competing to prove that they are the best winner of the tournament. We'll be streaming it here on Saturday, May the 12th at 1 p.m. EST, so please come and join us.
All these former champions coming back, but in the words of the Highlander, there can be only one. So you're not going to want to miss the action right here on Saturday at twitch.tv/IPL Splatoon. We're going to be back with winners finals. Don't go away. You're watching Smasher Sync 11. Welcome back. We are coming to you live with Winners Final, and it took maybe by a hair or by a scale or really whatever squids have. But either way, Sonder winds up beating Plushie by a score of 3-2, going all the way to Game 5. So Sonder, one way or another, making it here. Cookie Dough, well, they wind up beating Oats by a score of 3-1, so the number 2 seed being sent down to the loser side in semifinals as Cookie Dough moves on. However, the 3-1 matchup, not something that we're strangers to, at least in this part of the bracket. Still, I mean, it could go either way. Shads, I was wondering what your thought was.
So I actually haven't seen Sonder play a lot. Obviously, I know that they are a very strong team. Synapse is on my friends list for probably some tournament back into Stone Age. So I really don't know what to expect from them other than some really good play. Watching Cookie Dough, though, I definitely could see them continuing on with that machine-like precision that they so wonderfully displayed in that last set, especially on tower-controlled Reef.
I mean, we were talking, it might just come down to who is more efficient on the front lines. That Dylan versus Synapse matchup is going to be a heavyweight prize fight happening in midfield, and could very well sway who was able to get more turf coverage in the middle of that field. And the squid in the back said everyone attack, and it turned into a clam blitz. Welcome to Winners Final here at Smasher Sync 11. Taking a look at the compositions, Synapse is going for the Splash-O-Matic, and obviously turf coverage is going to be king here for Sonder, and could be a very methodical, very practiced game plan here, Shads. But then again, when Synapse and Hen are on the field, you can never take anything for granted. Certainly can't rule out the flexibility of this side as well.
So Sonder does have double inkjet, they have the vanilla splash, and then they also have the fresh quicker, which I have certain thoughts on that weapon, but I will keep them to myself.
I think we kind of can lean on what they were, but still, the kill with the inkjet and then the kill on Dylan right near their basket as well. So it's decent. You don't want your inkjet going down, but if you're going to have to do it, might as well get a double out of it.
Yeah, but then we do see it is 3v3 now. No, 2v3 in the favor of Cookie Dough on the map right now. And Cookie Dough, of course, Lugas from Dylan again, this time sticking with that bamboo. Exy does not have his Tentrella, which makes sense for this map. He's got to do this.
Yeah, it seems like a super situational pick. If you're just trying to push up on that ramp, maybe it works there, but I mean, why do that when you have the staircase just kind of chilling? You have ballers to support you.
Dylan actually does not manage to explode the baller, and the inkjet is out. A push does happen, and 3 are down on the side of Sonder compared to Dylan going down. I think he took down all 3 of them, so that was excellent work from him.
Yeah, and again, what did I say? Dylan was going to be key to go down to the Splat Bomb. Hen coming through, but not before 55. No, make that 58. The clams are still coming in, and no one is accounting for that bamboozler who is just sneaking clams in, and still the push is sustained. Got 2 people, 2 squids on the map, whatever the case may be. Certainly are numbers out there, and the numbers have been put up on the board. 73-0 as we approach the halfway mark of this game. As far as the clock is concerned, Synapse is going to take to the sky, trying to get a few kills of their own. Gets time and gets another with Nico. That is going to be huge as the push is on, as finally Sonder gets themselves on the board as they're going to try to build this lead. The Splat Bomb comes in. Are they able to get the lead? They're trying to put the clams up on that higher ground. They do get 68 points on the board, make that 71, and they are so close to the lead they can taste it, but not before too many go down for the push to be sustained. That's exactly the response that you wanted, though, if you're Sonder.
Yeah, so the game is essentially all tied up again with 2 minutes remaining. The penalties are at a glance large, but really a power clam, if they can get 2 in, will completely eliminate that and add points to the board for them. 1 power clam does go in Actually, it looks like, yeah, 2 did. So, just as I was saying on the side of Cookie Dough, now 3 of them do go down, and a nice snipe by the Swiffer will take down that last one.
They definitely heard what you said about the first Swiffer. They are looking to make a statement, and could very well do so. 2 power clamps have come out and are now in play for Sonder. Birch is going to be challenged from the higher ground, however, is looking to make their escape, but they are not able to. Solid defense by the part of Cookie Dough, just eating them alive. Dylan with the Glugas, trying to put together some sort of cohesive game plan, and it looks like they're going to be able to. They have a power clamp approaching. Make that 2 of them, 1 on opposite sides. Dylan is going to come in with the baller, gets the barrier breakage, and they could be piling it on. There goes another power clamp. This could be very close to ending, and indeed it does. Cookie Dough with the first blow, and it's a haymaker right in the middle of the map. They approach and take the 1-0 lead, and that is how you play some Clamblets.
I think they locked it out with the power clamp, so talk about overkill.
I mean, do you want to win or do you want to win? That's the big statement there.
Oh, I think they want to win.
Oh yeah, they want a capital WIN win, just all caps, underline it, bold text, whatever you can figure out in Microsoft Word, win. But I have to say, it was not made easy. But Sonder, they're not ones to simply take stuff like this lying down. Let's just say that. And as we're going to Humpback Pump Track here, I can only imagine that they have certain things in mind for this map, because that is a lineup with too much talent for them to simply get let down just by 1 round of Clamblets. Does that shake your mentality if you're a Sonder Shads? Or is this...
No, it doesn't.
Okay, well, we'll just kind of elaborate on that.
So, it's Clamblets. You have to know that, first of all, anything can happen in Clamblets. And then there's also the knowledge that there are very good players on the other team. Dylan, very good. Time, very good. Nico, very good. Exy, very good. And then also, given how big of a push you are able to put, I wouldn't say that they lost that one badly by any means, even though that's what, to an outsider looking at the score, would say.
Yeah, no, you're not wrong about that. Just simply the number of pushes that they were able to get just a little bit bigger, and you have to wonder, maybe that key was that last defensive stop that Cookie Dough were able to get, where Dylan is trying to push in. Birch is very close to providing an area for landing for potentially a super jump into a dunk, but they wind up getting locked out and losing 3 of their members, and Cookie Dough able to respond. So as we go to zones on Humpback Pump Track, we'll have to see how Nico and company are able to respond. Going to try to ink as much as they can with that K-shot. Meanwhile, on the other side, oh man, bodies flying everywhere. 3-3 on the map. Exy goes down early. Dylan is going to be engaged with Burke, but it's over, Anakin. They have the higher ground, and eventually Birch is going to be knocked out of the action as well, but temporarily. Dynaps looking to snap as well, proving that their performance, that top 8 in the North American Open, was no fluke. And you got to think that if you're Sonder, you have to feel maybe just a little bit slighted by the circumstances of that tournament. And it's got to be in the back of your mind, just kind of lurking there a little.
A beautiful snipe from Josh there on that E-leader. Josh is just a very, very talented sniper.
As good a backliner as you will find in North America, I would contend. And Dylan trying to prove that they have their worth as well on the K-Glugas, the Klugas as it were. Okay, we can just go with that, I guess. But either way, it's missiles that's going to be raining in from Cookie Dough as they try to retake this zone. They will be looking to cut in on that penalty, but right now, 54 points of progress on the board compared to the 31 of Sonder, as Dylan going to be utilizing those fizzy bombs, trying to keep them at range, and provides a nice little bit of utility and range on a map that certainly requires both.
Yeah, 50 bombs are very, very good on comeback. That was a beautiful, beautiful pick there by him on the sniper. Nice turns that into a double. There was armor, so I don't know if he'll be able to get a third. He does manage to get the assist before finally getting taken down by their fourth. See Josh with that E-leader, which is surprisingly a very powerful weapon on this map in the right hands, which obviously Josh's hands are more than capable of making it into that deadly thing it is.
It makes you wonder. I mean, maybe this isn't the most speed-reliant thing in the world, but this is a map that has a lot of twists and turns in it. Maybe makes hitting those shots a little bit harder than may meet the eye at first. I don't know. What is it that makes an E-leader so effective here? Especially when you can just kind of run up and get the kill like Nico just did, who'll be looking to add to their lead. This bomb rush is going to be crucial.
Well, the first part is the range, obviously. It is the longest range weapon in the game. Secondly, it's the painting factor. You can see it's not going... was able to see that a lot this game with Knockout by Cookie Dough.
Sure
but E-leader has the capability to paint when you stand on the window most of the way across the diagonal of the zone, which can be very helpful in keeping it secured.
Yeah, well, either way, not able to showcase that all that much. As you mentioned, those ink armors from Dylan certainly coming in handy. And you know what? Those field-leading 12 KAs certainly doing their part to help as well. So, again, it's going to be 2-0 in favor of Cookie Dough 2.0. You're talking about people just snapping off. Sonder is, they're kind of dangling on the precipice now, and if they want to make their way back in, it has to start on tower control at Starfish main stage. And again, as I mentioned prior, ghosts of tournaments past rising up above them, they very nearly took down FT Win 2 times in one day. As a result of this map, but it was FT Win that was able to secure their spot in the Squid House Invitational by winning this thing. So now, do you kind of go into this if you're Sonder thinking, all right, well, we took the best team in North America to Game 3 and barely lost this map. We got this. Or are they microanalyzing that match too much to give Cookie Dough 2.0 for their money?
No, it's really hard to say. Splatoon is very much a game of past performances do not necessarily guarantee future results. You do have very consistent teams like FT Win, and then at the same time you have teams that bounce all over the place like they're a cork shop out of a champagne bottle.
Yeah.
I think it's hard to say whether or not they're going to feed into overanalyzing it or shrug it off one way or another. I think right now, if I were them, I'd be more concerned about winning this game than worrying about what I did in past games.
See, that does make sense. So maybe just kind of put everything else behind it.
Yeah, and it's do or die for them right now. Because if they win this, they keep this set alive. If not, they are down to the losers bracket. You can see Dylan back on the Gluga Decos, time sticking with that tried and true bamboo. Xe still on the junior, Nico with the octo shot. Then on the other side of Sonder, Synapse on the Ensagal, Hen on the Kenta Machine. I wasn't able to catch who's on junior and who is on their own bamboo. The own bamboo is probably Josh.
Oh, yeah, but it's going to be Time and Hen exchanging business cards right on the left side as Cookie Dough are going to try to push in. Getting past this first checkpoint could very well be crucial. They're able to control the higher ground and do so successfully. It's going to be Josh pushed all the way back and hunted down by the Inkjet. Nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. They're going to find them, and it does indeed get Hen. Adds a little bit of compensation. 1-2 on the map.
1-1.
There's just bodies flying everywhere. Ink going around left and right. They're able to retake the point. Excuse me? Time is just not letting this thing go, and they're able to clear the second checkpoint. Sonder taking their foot off the gas pedal just a little bit. Could they be knocking this out right now?
I think they will. I think they are going to knock this out unless we see a very, very quick stop here.
They can't do it.
That's going to be it, most likely.
Yeah,
they stopped at 1 point. They stopped at 1 point.
my goodness, they left it.
Officially have the 1-point meme. It is truly do or die now, because if they do not KO, they are down to losers, and that has to add such a huge amount of pressure onto the enormous amount of pressure that they're already facing in this set.
I mean, can we stress enough just how good that initial push was? Synapse, you know what? You got to control that snipe one way or another, and certainly that splash wall to control the ramp and getting those shots up with the K-52 could well prove to be effective. But I mean, no one there on the tower to really take advantage of it. As again, the missiles finding their marks, only able to accrue 18 points worth of progress, and Cookie Dough. It can't be stressed enough how good that initial push was, how well coordinated it was. That inkjet coming out at just the right time, finding the K machine at will, it seemed like. And then that push down into the pit, it looked like we really thought this set was going to be over by now, Shads. It was that good.
Yes, but I am glad that it's not over, so we can see more of the amazing match so far. Dylan respawning with those Klugas. Nico getting picked off by, it looks like, the gal, little squid bag there from Synapse.
Yeah, okay, you got to get yourself back in it somehow. I don't blame them for it. And honestly, when it comes to that trash talking, you love it. Synapse, with that K-52, was an absolute thorn in the side of so many opponents, and certainly in that deciding game against FT Win, the speed ladder. Synapse winds up leading the field with 17 splats. Just an absolute nightmare on the K-52 as time going to be pushed off of their perch. Wait, not quite. Does maintain their position. That could prove to be big as time going to be at least made to run for cover just a little bit. Sonder are not out of this thing. If they are able to complete this, that could prove to be huge, but Josh is not. Yeah, Josh is not able to get onto the tower, so a temporary concession could prove to be beneficial in just a few seconds of time. However, Cookie Dough going to try to shut out every last possible route. This is where you have to shut the door and secure your place in a grand final.
Now, it is important to note that although they did not get it all the way down to 0, they did take out one of the checkpoints, and the other one is half broken. So they have set themselves up very nicely for a future push. It looks like they're going to get one started. There's a jump out from Cookie Dough members to try and regroup. Bert is going to try and keep people off that snipe while the tower passes by that little alley.
Yeah, that 61 points would be so good in pretty much any other game, wouldn't it? That second checkpoint still looming large. And we talk so much about how the second checkpoint is so crucial on this map. But you got to clear all three and knock it out. That is going to provide such a heavy burden. Just an Atlas-sized world of trouble for Sonder to have to take care of. That splashdown is going to prove not even all that beneficial in the grand scheme of things. Just not able to take care of those splat bombs coming in on the tower. So precisely aimed as we're down to the last 10 seconds. They are able to clear the checkpoint, however. It's a mad scramble, 4-3 on the map. They need picks, and they need them now. Nothing being found on the Booyah Bomb. That could very well be it. No, they do actually push back. 4-3 on the map. They do have numbers, but now they need to shine right here. Josh on the snipe. Yeah, they're trying to rain hell from above, and they do get the wipe. The victory inkjet will be deployed. Cookie Dough, hang on. Sonder going all out at the very end. Shads, they did not make it easy, but it's Cookie Dough that moves on in a sweep to grand finals.
Yeah, Sonder played very well. A lot better than what most people would look at that 0-3 score, and they would think, oh, well, that one team got completely destroyed. And that's obviously not the case. It would not surprise me if Grand Finals is a rematch between these two teams.
Yeah. No, you could very well be right. And as we're looking at this, it's, that does not tell the whole story, doesn't it? Just seeing Cookie Dough 2.0, 3-0 on Sonder. Now, it is a very impressive result for Cookie Dough 2.0. We are not taking anything away from them. Every last one of those games was 100% earned, especially that one game of Clam Blitz, as we were just talking about just a while back. But, I mean, it makes you wonder, Sonder just kind of sitting there. They are maybe scratching their head, but it really just comes down to this. We could be playing on if they get the picks and that Cookie Dough wound up getting on that initial push in, not even a minute and a half into this thing, and they take it all the way down to 1. It looked like a roll, and it was because they were so efficient taking down their opposition from up top, utilizing that Inkjet, those Booyah Bombs, and certainly just good old weapon play down in the pit, winning those 1v1s. I mean, it was very, very close to being a KO. Sonder hanging on, but again, winds up being the whole difference.
Absolutely. They played so well. We didn't even get a chance to see Rainmaker, Anchovy, or Clam Let's Mako. You have to wonder how those would have turned out. Maybe Sonder would have been more comfortable on those maps.
There's something to be said about that, isn't there? But either way, that's going to be left for Providence to direct. Maybe we will see them as we enter down into losers bracket. We'll be getting one of either OATS versus Edible S, or as we did see some of these teams earlier on, I believe it was Plushie. Yeah, Plushie going up against the 10th seed Friends, who have been on an absolute tear through loser's side, taking down Mictlan Heroes, Nawal Gaming, Arctic Moon, and Azure just to make it to this point. A big task ahead of them, but, well, they had big tasks behind them too. So we'll be seeing one of those coming up. Loser side is up next here on Smasher Sync 11. Don't go away. welcome back to Smash or Sink 11, presented by the Mad Scientists over at IPL Splatoon. Alongside the one, the only Pop Gun, I'm Mazer Stu, the announcer, welcoming you back here. Getting into loser's side, it is a pretty quality night when you have teams like Plushie going up against, I mean, really just absolute units that have been proven, as they've proven thus far in Friends. Just looking at this lineup, you can tell that they're pretty decent, and the quality of talent that they have already taken down and left in their wake, nothing to shake a stick at. I mean, we're talking about winners finalists in Nawal Gaming and Miklon Heroes that have appeared in the past. Teams like Arctic Moon and Azure, who have left their marks on the scene as well. But now going up against this lineup, as we're seeing right now in Plushie, maybe is this just a bridge too far, Popka?
Well, for Friends, they've won 5 straight matches in losers bracket. So they're on a 5-game winning streak, taking on a team that just lost their first game in Plushie. So as we see both teams rating up here, double Nautilus. That's not Bagel and Biscuit out there. Let's see how this this worked out in Swiffer as well. So a unique comp coming out there for Team Plushie, and more of a traditional, I guess you could say, on the side of Friends.
Yeah, Leaf and Madness double Nautilus. That is not nearly as delicious as Bagels and Biscuits, I will say that. However, Bless, they've got a Nautilus of their own, and they're going to get that trade in the middle as they take the tower. That K-Machine is going to do the rest. Hey, thanks for your service there, Nautilus. I got it from here, kid. And now the suction bomb launchers from Legend going to be deployed as they clear that first checkpoint. But again, it's going to be the second one. That's key. You're just kind of hanging out in the middle. Leaf is going to make use of their Nautilus, trying to get that shot from that elevated point on the tower. It's about the highest point that it's going to reach as this map progresses, apart from being right up on the opposing spawn. So Leaf trying to take advantage of that, not getting the snipe that they wanted. And as it's 4-3 on the map, Leaf gets taken down as they deploy the Inkjet, and Legend just going ham on the front lines. Make that a triple, trying to get that quad. However, Q says otherwise. They were so close to that quad. They were just, oh man, it was palpable, but it is Plushie that says, no, I might be just a little bit behind. But then again, so are Plushie right now.
And things are, we've seen a lot of pop-offs early in this match, but things have been kind of even. It seems like whenever somebody gets a kill, someone else immediately dies on their team. So nobody's really gotten a clear advantage just yet, even though both checkpoints have fallen for either team. Even right here, we see them trying to get a push going, but there's still only 2 players alive on each side. So pretty even so far, and it's being reflected, obviously, on the scoreboard.
And they're trying to push along here, trying to get that back into midfield, and that in of itself can be a struggle, but they've already cleared the first checkpoint. That's at least part of the, that's half the battle sometimes, honestly. It's just clearing the checkpoint, so gets you to your objective that much faster, obviously, but even more pertinently, it makes you not a sitting duck as you are trying to get more points on the board. Cannot stress enough how big that is, especially as you're getting past that open ground that the second point provides. As Friends going to try to travel on in, they don't have the numbers advantage, and in fact, the Junior goes down, so it's going to be that much harder to clear, but Legend staying alive. They're so close to clearing at 58 points on the board before Plushie retakes the tower, and that is going to be significant, I feel like, as we come up with 2 minutes remaining.
Yeah, that might have been the one window that they could get this whole game, honestly. They had a 2-player down situation on the other team. They're riding the tower, and it looked like they were going to do some permanent damage by clearing that checkpoint. They didn't, but now here we go. The purple team here getting into position here. They will get lead. It looks like they will clear this checkpoint as well. A double Inkjet going off right at the same time, picking off the last player. The checkpoint will fall, and that is huge. That is more important than getting the lead as they approach the second one here. Does get stuffed out. And it looks like ultimately that is the end of the push. But there you go. When you've seen these 2 teams be even throughout the first 3 minutes here, and we're starting to see these small windows open up, And I don't have their names quite figured out just yet, but whoever the purple team is took advantage of their window. Purple team's Plushie, okay.
Yeah, that's how you pronounce Plushie. You're just going to have to trust me on this one. Either way, Plushie with 75 points on the board. What a huge push, and all the coordination that went into that. Popgun can't be understated how tough a nut to crack Friends has been over the past couple of games, but Leaf looking to provide all that pressure, and the Inkjet is going to do so much more for their benefit as they try to ride this tower, burying it deep into Friends' territory.
You know, we were talking about the double Nautilus being like, I don't know if it's going to work, but look at them top fragging right now. The Nautiluses are doing exactly what their intended purpose is, which is to just light up the kill count, and they're doing just that. But now we see the first real situation here for them to try to get back this lead, and they're going to have to start with taking down these support players that are getting all this pain on the ground for the Nautiluses to work with. We see Moon helping assist, taking down one of the Nautiluses, pushing up now with the Inkjet from Bless, looking for somebody by that car, and I can't believe, there we go, I can't believe the splash damage doesn't pick them off. But we see Q here looking at the tower, trying to take down Bless. This would be a critical 1v1, and it goes in the favor and finishes off the tower. What a play by the Squiffer. You don't see that every day. Well, is this SOS or testing grounds? I don't know, but that comp worked out really well for them right there as they get the win.
It makes you wonder, 76-58, the final score. That last little push was so big, but you're absolutely right. That Squiffer proving to be the difference. Leaf lighting up the kill count. Can't discount the effort that Legend put in with those 17 KAs in a losing effort, but nevertheless, on tower control, we saw Q. It's so cool when you're a backliner and you get a chance to make a difference on the map. But what a hold on their part. Cannot stress that enough. Q coming up big, even when their team was temporarily down in numbers, is able to get a double with that Squiffer, having just enough range from where they were to be able to reach their target and take them out. Popgun, that is when you need your sniper to come up big. You got to have a cool heart and a steady hand. Q definitely passes the grade for both of those traits.
And you know, that comp in general, we've talked a lot about how double Nautilus is the sexy trend now, but it's only been working for certain teams because they're Bagel and Biscuit. Like, Bagel literally invented the Nautilus and showed us that it can be played. So it's like, okay, other people trying to imitate that. We haven't really seen it work successfully, but when you have the other two players that are like the junior that is putting all the paint on the ground, giving out the armor for the Inkjets, and the rest of your team works well with that other comp in general, then, you know, it might not be the same thing that we're used to seeing out of FT Win, but it's still pretty effective when the right players are using it, and obviously Team Fleshy had the right players on Nautilus there.
Yeah, and it's so... I mean, the Nautilus play, it can't even be stressed enough how crucial it was to the success of their team. And indeed, that last little push, you need the numbers when you're getting in, especially in that open ground, and certainly the ability to just kind of swim up with a full shot and just say, hey, what's really good, and just kind of put holes in them. That's can't be understated how useful that is. Leaf and Madness proving that they're no slouches, and of course the contributions by Shinex really to their usual team, and certainly to this side as well, can't be understated. And yeah, it looked like Friends had that one in the bag, but yeah, I guess you can't really count out a team with this roster, can you?
Well, this is the first time Friends has been in a losing or a win or go home situation in about 3 rounds here. They 2-0'd Arctic Moon, 2-0'd Azure, and the last team to take a game off them was Narwhal Gaming 3 rounds ago. So this is territory they've been in this tournament. But once again, a 5-match winning streak going up into this. Team Plushie coming off the loss, so you would think momentum might have shifted the other way into Team Friend's favor just because they've been such an unstoppable force here in the losers bracket. But that first game, they did get stopped here, and it just becomes a question of, can Plushie put them out before they recapture the fire that they had?
They may well be unstoppable forces, but that double knot, perhaps an immovable object. So as we go to Pit and Clam Blitz, double knot yet again, Legend is going to have to take care of them, supplemented with that Junior K-Machine and, of course, the Squeezer, because why wouldn't it be the Squeezer? Double special power-up, bad intentions in mind from Bless, as Q is going to go right back to work, this time on a Bamboozler. And yeah, I guess that range with all that vertical movement is going to come in handy. Leaf getting right up in the face with the Nautilus. Is going to try to take care of the high ground. Takes out Bless, looking for a triple, and gets it. Bless up. You better believe that Leaf, it has the opposition shaking as they get it all the way down to 47 points on the board. Shinex is going to get a kill with that Splat Bomb roll, and the basket remains open. Plushie trying to close this one out early.
This is very scary right here. This could be a potential KO, just death by 1,000 paper cuts, all in one push here. As we see them trying to gather up, they do have enough clams to get this KO, and Madness and Leaf have just been so comfortable. They just set up shop right there and just took down the enemy players one at a time. That was a very quick game, not nearly as close as the last one. Okay, Double Nautilus, you have our attention. when it's played at a high level like that, okay, that's difficult to deal with. My goodness.
Leaf and Madness in that short period of time. Go back and just look at how long that game was. They had 10 splats between them. That is just absolutely nuts. Leaf and Madness, absolute insanity between those two individuals. Double Knot may very well be here to stay. Bagel and Biscuit revolutionizing it, but it's going to be Leaf and Madness that help proliferate it, perhaps, as they move on into losers semifinals. They are going to be taking on the winners of, actually, I have not looked yet. They're going to be taking on the winners of OATS and Edible S. I believe that is still going on, but
it looks like OATS won.
Oh, OATS did win by a score of 2-0. So, yeah, the number 2 and 5 seeds going to be moving on to face off against each other. And we did see OATS earlier on. It was a very, very hotly contested match between their opposition on stream. But a team like Juan, Domo, Jarrett, and Beanie, that is nothing to shake a stick at.
Yeah, it looks like they took a game off of Cookie Dough, who is waiting very patiently in grand finals here. You know, we're talking about teams winning and moving on in the bracket. I think we just got a huge win right here. Did we just get rated by M2K? Is that Mewtwo King? Is that who that is?
That is the Mewtwo King.
How about that? You know, it's funny because
I met him at Smash and Splash. Cool dude.
There's so many people over the past week who had no idea that we existed, and there's so many people I had no idea existed. I had no idea who M2K was before the bull crap this weekend with Nintendo, but I'm aware that they've been streaming Splatoon.
Yeah,
I've seen somebody. I saw one clip somebody posted where it was
it the Ink Armor one?
Yeah, it was where he realized Ink Armor's broken. It's so.
Of course, it was the Ink Armor one. Of course, everyone in the competitive Splatoon community caught on to that one. So shout outs to Mewtwo King. You're an absolute national treasure, and from one man with Cinnamons and Roots to another, you're pretty rad. So yeah, shout outs to Cinnamons in New Jersey. I miss Hathaways.
Welcome to any Smash people who are watching this. You know, we got some high level Splatoon action. We're gonna be bringing you, including Team Plushie, who's taking on OATS in this first match, being Splat Zones at Skipper Pavilion. I didn't see the match of OATS earlier. I'm assuming this is another pickup team. coming in here from OATS, but I mean, obviously the double Nautilus that we just saw coming out of Plushie worked out really well on that last set for them. So it'll be interesting to see what goes on. Yeah.
Well, OATS is consisting of Juan, Domo, Jared, and Beanie. Domo is on the screen. The screen name is Yamin, but it's Domo. You know them, you love them, unless you're the opposition, in which case you absolutely despise them. But certainly has been performing well on the CJet as of late. But their last appearance on stream, they wound up going down to Cookie Dough 2.0, the eventual grand finalist, by a score of 3-1. So perhaps looking for a measure of retribution and a chance to take on Sonder in losers final. So here we go. We're going to take a quick look at the compositions and off we go. No double Nautilus this time. Leaf is instead going to opt for the Octo Shot. So the same specifications as the Tentatech. For those of you who might be new to competitive Splatoon, sometimes you just get those, and hey, that's what you get for completing Octo Expansion. Sick little reskin. Madness and Leaf are going to take care of the opposition on the outside, and they're going to count down 16 points before retaking the zone yet again.
That's a delayed wipe right there. Obviously they're coming off the Nautilus, but they are keeping this double inkjet comp. The Octoshot still having inkjet, so it looks like the specials aren't really changing, but they are going to have a little bit more paint output with that Octoshot here. So we see Leafy pushing up into the enemy base, trying to hunt down a kill, but doesn't exactly get it. And 2 players do go down for Team Plushie, so that's going to allow OATS to get the zone back there. A weird pick here is the C-Jet with the Stingray. Typically, you don't see Stingray for splat zones. And this map's kind of awkward for Stingray as well, considering that the enemy spawn is to your left instead of right in front of you in every other map. But when you're at the bottom, we see the Stingray getting popped at the bottom of the zone. So we see Free Mango get a pick here around the statue. It doesn't. Oh, they are kind of in an awkward 1v1. But the player does jump out, but ultimately the distraction, keeping the CDS away from zone. Even though they get a nice double right there, the distraction was enough for them to cap zone, even though they took it immediately right back.
Yeah, they're rolling with the dually squelchers, just drilling their oppositions. Nice little movement there. Usually you don't want to be spamming roll for those of you who are familiar with Melee, but nevertheless. This game, I guess it's a little less consequential, so whatever. Leaf is going to get a kill with the Inkjet, and it's going to be the kill onto Domo as well. Beanie going to try to take out their opposition and super jump back. That is not going to work, however. And yeah, Q, again, with that charger, has been absolutely lethal. That splatter scope, when you get into its sights, it's very rare that you're able to make it out.
Yeah, a good charger is a dying breed in our community right here. So it's very uncommon to see just somebody that we're spectating just nail their direct every single time that they take a shot, and it's really working out into the favor of Team Plushie right here, as they have a 2-down situation on the enemy team. Leaf trying to take down the last 2 guys. One's jumped out, and the last guy stuck right up by themselves at the top there. But does fire a Stingray that will clear people out and give enough time for Free Mango and Domo, I believe you said who that person is, to cap zone there. This one's obviously a little bit more competitive than what we saw in the last game here, but this comps that we're seeing both teams coming out with, it seems to be matching up against each other pretty well. We haven't really seen anybody kind of dominate the game just yet, and we see just once again Madness popping Inkjet right here. This Inkjet takes down a few more players. This could be huge. It is a double. That is a huge play there by Madness, popping an Inkjet off an enemy ink. It looked like they were Left 4 Dead and made something huge out of nothing right there. What a play.
They were Left 4 Dead. They were absolutely on the precipice. They had nothing but purple ink in front of them, but able to turn garbage into gold. They were basically out of rolls, able to pop the inkjet right then and there, and then the immediate kill. And then following up after that, the opposition trying to swim away, and that allows for Shinex and company to continue capping the zone. They're going to be looking for this KO, and indeed, they will get it. Plushie with a huge couple of plays right along the pier. They are going to get the win by knockout and go up 1-0 in this losers semifinal set. Big players make big plays, and certainly Madness, no exception to that particular rule. Double Inkjet has been pretty darn good on this map, and certainly that Octo Shot and Nautilus proving as such, combining for, what was that, 18 kills in that time.
You know, as soon as I say nobody's made a huge game-changing play just yet, somebody makes a huge game-changing play. But yeah, there's no reason Madness should have lived through that. That is some incredible inkjet play there. That double was so huge and obviously ended the game right there for Plushie. You know, I'm just now starting to look back at what Plushie did in this tournament. They 2-0'd Narwhal Gaming, 2-0'd Requiem, lost to Sonder 3-2, so they're having a pretty good tournament run here. Obviously 2-0'd Friends and are now up 1-0 over OATS with Sonder waiting in the wings for a potential rematch if Team Plushie can find a way to finish this one off here on tower control at Arctic.
Yeah, and that might be an easier proposition said than done, as we are waiting for Leaf's Leafy selection. It's going to be a tough cookie to crack at the very least. That is not a saying that's thing. That is a thing. So please excuse me for that. Either way, no more room for mistakes at the very least for I was about to say in control because I was looking at Shinex tag, but yeah, no, you can't really afford mistakes if you're OATS right now. You have pretty high expectations coming into this tournament. And you got to think with Domo back on this C-Jet, well, yeah, obviously Stingray is going to be very, very prominent, but yeah, you're expected to do a whole lot else beyond that as well. Shinex is going to
I don't understand.
Disconnected.
Oh, okay. I was like, I didn't like your teammate died. Why are you squid bagging? But obviously there was a DC here, so.
Yeah,
looks like we're going to have a little bit of a squid party in mid here. Looks like Beanie's stuck in turret mode. Domo's controller appears to be broken a little bit there. Seems to have cleared up, throws it, big bomb. Realizes, Madness is in a good position to attack the tower. Instead, it appears to be shooting in the opposite direction. And this third checkpoint is to be cleared here, so we will have a redo, but...
Good tactical splashdown to finish it off. I do kind of appreciate that, but nevertheless, yeah, that is going to be, yeah, they're just going to let them clear the checkpoint real fast, let the Dually Squelchers get back into the game, and luckily that happens at the beginning of the game. We're not too worried about what's going on in terms of DC rules, so we're okay. We're fine for now.
I'm glad we don't have to explain to the Smash people what just happened right there, because they are well aware that the Switch is absolute garbage when it comes to picking up internet in your house or wherever you are. So disconnects, unfortunately, are somewhat common, and sometimes they're just completely out of your control. I mean, let's be honest. Sometimes you could have perfect internet and still just randomly DC at times.
Folks, Super Smash Bros. Ultimate is not the only game with internet play issues, I assure you. So we are going to get this sorted out, and again, OATS maybe has a chance to recollect and maybe reconvene. I think they are going to have to go back to the same compositions that they were using before prior to the disconnect. So as that gets sorted out, yet again, folks, we would like to thank you for those of you who are joining us from the raid. Again, Mewtwo King, thank you so much for the raid. User Rad. This is Pop Gun joining myself, Mazer Stu, the announcer, on the microphone for this. The Smasher Sync 11 brought to you by the mad scientists over at Inkling Performance Labs. We have a whole bunch of tournaments happening both throughout the week and in the weekend. Every other Friday, we have testing grounds. That's where the top teams kind of come together and play and, well, yeah, just play, experiment, and collaborate and see what winds up working for them. And, yeah, it's a fun little environment that's also semi-competitive where teams get to see what works and what does not. So that's all well and good. Obviously, you're watching Swimmer Sync. This is the big competitive tournament for teams of all levels. We usually get a whole bunch of top North American teams. Certainly this week is no exception. You saw FT Wave Dash over the weekend at the Squid House. They enter pretty regularly, honestly. So, yeah, you definitely have a chance to see them. Obviously, High Ink is coming up. That's where past Low Ink winners are going to be invited, and they're going to fight it out. And, of course, Low Ink for lower tier teams to really get their competitive juices going and maybe get their chance to flex. So that's the plug. I'll put away the grease gun, and these players are going to break out guns of all other types as we get right back. Inkblot Art Academy, Tower Control, Take 2.
Yeah, you kind of mentioned the C-Jet coming back out again. It's going to work out a lot better on this time around than it did in the last game, Skipper to Zillion Zones. But right away, we're seeing OATS here picking up kind of where they left off. You know, they got the early pick. They got the pick early last game and just kind of started hopping on tower. Obviously, there was a disconnect. But now it's working out once again with 2 players down and the Stingray coming out to support. It looks like unless Leafy can just make a hero play right here and does not, Free Mango taking them down, this first checkpoint will be cleared. The second one is the much more difficult and much more critical one to get across. But if Mango's just going to camp out right there before getting their splashdown canceled, but 2 players going down, this second checkpoint might fall early in the first minute, and that would be huge for Team OATS, especially considering... Oh, but Leafy making a cute pick on the tower, but it's not enough to stall. The checkpoint does fall. That is huge play and a good push there coming out from OATS in the first minute.
Yeah, that is big. 66 points right off the cuff. That is going to be tough to come back from, especially since if you are able to take care of that plat, then you're sitting pretty for pretty much the entirety of this the entirety of this game. Again, that's going to be so tough to have to take care of. Madness is going to be able to retake the tower, and not without a little bit of contention. That K-Machine is going to go down. But again, yeah, Free Mango is doing a lot of work. And as Shinex again, yeah, on that is going to play not just Armor Bot. I guess that's kind of an unfair thing to say about it. He's just, was that a Squid Bag just kind of daring Q to take the shot? Either way, Q is going to be more than happy to oblige as they take out the suction bomb with bad intentions in mind. Free Mango jumping right into the 2v1. Mango and Spawn, check Twitter, and it's going to be 4-3 on the map in favor of OATS as the Octoshot goes down. Q is going to need these picks if they want to get past the second checkpoint, but they're getting driven right off of the tower very efficiently. Good play here from OATS.
If they can find a way to get past this second checkpoint, the last half of this game is just going to be total chaos because there's going to be no checkpoints in the way of either team trying to grab the lead. And it looks like they're so close to just doing it. However, the CDS player staring down the tower, but it's a 1v1. This whole game might just come down to this 1v1 right here, but players are jumping right back in for Team Plushie. Madness hopping back on the tower. The checkpoint did reset, but they do eventually clear it right there. They might get lead on this push by themselves, and they do get lead. Actually, they might get even more out of that. 2 players have gone down. Leafy's Inkjet right here is pretty huge if they can find a way to get a few more picks, and they will clear that third checkpoint. This could be over right here, right now. If Mango doesn't get that pick, Mango does, but dies themselves. There's so much back and forth going on right here, but it's all working in Team Plushie's favor. It looks like the push is finally over, but that is huge. Not just clearing that second checkpoint and getting that lead, but having a full checkpoint lead now. That is really good. What a fantastic push there by Team Plushie, putting a lot of pressure now on
And it was so
Let Team
cute.
OATS respond.
No, you're absolutely right, and that is the point of how you coordinate your specials, because you saw it was one inkjet after another, and we are welcome back to the inkjet meta, I suppose. You're running double ink specifically so that you can target opposition on the plat and certainly below if some stragglers try to get in your way of your frontline DPS. The Stingray is going to come out ever prevalent in tower control, going to take out the entire side of Plushy OATS. This is their chance. They're going to have to build up specials as quickly as possible. No inkjets to be found. The K-Machine goes down right away. Madness gets another one. Beautiful defensive play before they finally go down. Beanie is going to take down the opposition as well. 3-1 on the map. OATS is going to have their push stopped there. They had an area of opportunity, able to get 79 points on the board, but that is going to be all for now, as Plushy is going to try to make their case for a loser's final spot right here. The number 1 seed, Sonder, awaits, the only team able to take a set off of FT Win over the past weekend, as Q is going to pop an ink armor, but not before getting taken out by the Stingray. GG's. You better believe it. Plushy finding a way to win, and what a magnificent push. The coordination of the specials, so key to get those 92 points on the board. Sonder will await them. Madness and Q combining for 28 KAs in that second game.
Look at Q top fragging with a Firefin Charger. My goodness, it's just very rare that we see that level of Charger play anymore out of anybody. It's a really, really impressive push there. And I wouldn't be surprised if a vast majority of those kills came on that push that they used to clear all 3 checkpoints in one push. You saw the inkjets popping off there, creating a lot of confusion. And I think during that confusion, the Q was able to land a lot of critical shots that allowed them to clear all 3 of those checkpoints, and then they could just coast on out for the end of the game. But yeah, once again, Team Plushy here coming into the losers bracket and picking up right where they left off, going 4-0 so far, sweeping Friends, sweeping OATS, but now the pickups are gone, and now they have to play an actual team in Sonder, a team they almost beat in the winners finals, or in the winners semifinals, I should say. Lost to them 2-3, and now in a best of 3 set, they just have to be the better team for 3 games instead of 5 this time around. And obviously, they're going to be coming into this one realizing that they can get this win against a high-quality team like Sonder, considering how close they came. So the question is going to be, and we see this in low ink all the time, when a team's sitting because they've been waiting for like an hour or 30 minutes or whatever, and they're just sitting there and waiting, versus the team that's hungry and is coming in with a lot of momentum and probably with a chip on their shoulder, knowing that they can beat this team. And again, it's only 3 games, so if Sonder's cold, they're not going to have much time to warm up before this one's over.
Yeah, it does make you wonder, doesn't it, Popgun? And there's something to be said about the magnitude of 4 players matching up against that of one cohesive unit. Like 4 players are always going to lose to one team. I know it's something that you might hear your dad say about traditional sports, but the same applies to whatever esport you can think of as well. Certainly Splatoon is no exception to that. So as the number 1 seed kind of file into this particular lobby, Synapse and Caden are going to prove so crucial to their success. Certainly Birch, the way that they've been playing on that slosher, on that tri-slosher specifically, has been so good. But again, this is a very good team that they're facing off against in terms of a pickup, and it can't be understated. This team lost to a pickup just now in winners final by a score of 3-0. So what's going through Sonder's head right now, Popgun, in terms of having to take down this very stiff opposition in the form of Plushy?
Well, it a lot when you get this late into the tournament, a lot of it is mental, especially when you have two teams that are very close together in skill, regardless of if you're an actual team or a pickup or not. The last match showed that these two teams had against each other that they are equal in skill. So a lot of this is going to be mental. Again, that's why I keep bringing up the fact that Plushy is coming in here with momentum. Sonder's coming in being just... Well, I didn't see the set, but they did lose 3-0, so that indicates that it wasn't super close, at least for that set in particular. So, it's going to be what kind of mindset does Sonder come into this game at? I'm sure they realize that they could very easily lose to this team. But again, once again, it's just the best of 3 this time around. There's no time to warm up. There's no time to feel somebody out. There's no mulligans here. You have to come out strong game 1 if you want to avoid being put into a pressure-filled situation. And while we're taking this time waiting for one last player to ready up, probably stuck in a solo queue match, I do want to give a shout out to some other teams who have done pretty well up to this point in the tournament. Fluency, a low ink team, they're the team that actually sent Friends down to the losers bracket at the very beginning of this tournament, beating them 2-1. Let's see, what other lower, let's see, Midnight seem to be doing pretty well here. They beat Elite X, Fluency, Nectar, Massacre picking up where they left off. Massacre's been a really good team on the rise lately. They made it all the way to round 5 of losers. Azure making a very deep run here in losers bracket as well as the final player readies up here. So yeah, we've seen with the prize pool being a little bit lower this time around, it's kind of opened the door for newer teams to kind of show up, or I should say lower level teams to play in this tournament that we haven't seen in a while, and a couple of them kind of popping off here, which is nice to see. And the last player is joining the room. Am I by myself here? Did we?
Oh, yeah. I was. Did I mute my microphone by accident? What's going on?
Possible. Okay, you're here. I hear you now.
Okay, cool. Yeah, something.
Did I just talk over you, and you were just like, "What the heck? What? Stop talking, dude."
Yeah, that's kind of what happened, honestly. So
welcome to the Pop Gun Show. All of a sudden,
yeah. All right. So, look, I am. I can be a bit of a mess sometimes, but I know how to talk over some video games. So, yeah, that's why they pay me the big bucks. I'm just kidding, but definitely, Synapse, Caden, Birch, and Josh are going to be the lineup here for Sonder. Again, doing so well for themselves over the past weekend, trying to carry that momentum into a smash or sink victory, going up against this very capable pickup. The only thing for certain, one of these teams goes on, the other gets out. Welcome to the Losers Finals here at Smash or Sink. Time to make it rain at Starfish Main Stage.
We were talking about the importance of this first game, and unfortunately it is a Rainmaker game. So if Sonder has any kind of cold feet going into this one after being iced out with a little bit of a wait, this could be over quickly. But we see them coming out with kind of a traditional comp here, double Slayer support, Anchor, and the comp we're kind of getting used to seeing out of Team Plushy up to this point. And neither team seems to be going super aggressive right off the bat. One player finally does die about 20 seconds into the match, and it is on the side of Sonder. We see Leafy popping up in Inkjet here. If they can find a way to get a few picks, this could open up the door for a huge push early on for Team Plushy. Madness poking around the side there, does get taken down. That is a huge pick. They are opting to take the Rainmaker and just rush it forward. Does get taken down. Random splat bomb coming out of nowhere to pick off. So this push might not just be over just yet. But it looks like they kind of rushed it initially. even though Madness does take down a very nice fall-off kill there.
On Synapse, no less, so perhaps going to be struggling with ink coverage going up, but that's going to be Josh coming up big with that splatter scope. I mean, how many times have we said that over the past couple of weeks? Josh is in rare form as of late, and they're going to reset the Rainmaker. Tactical reset right in the middle of a sea of orange ink, however. Sonder is going to just utilize this time to try to ink as much as they possibly can, but just as quickly as they reset it, they come right back and rush it back in, putting points on the board, 74-0, and that is going to be a complete wipe on the side of Sonder, but they need to ink like their life depends on it, because their tournament life may very well.
Yeah, I don't know what they saw there, decide to go with the, or they felt like they needed to do that reset. What it did is took Josh out of play, and it left a 1v4 situation with all four Plushy players in mid, able to just get that quick pop and take the Rainmaker right down. And especially Josh dying, that means they didn't have a Stingray, but here we go, right back at him. Madness being the last player left alive. Caden opting to go the awkward route on the left, but does get taken down right before they could find a way to get lead. A very nice play there defensively, because that looked like it could have been extremely bad for Team Plushy, and this push might not be over yet. I say that actually knowing that the Rainmaker's in a weird spot, and it will reset there unless they can find a way to snag it, and it looks like it will reset. Oh no, it looks like they ended up picking it up, the defensive team picking it up and taking it around the right side, dropping it down. So yeah, taking it that right side, a good idea, but once they got killed, it almost instantly ended an opportunity to follow up that push by popping the Rainmaker, just because it was so difficult for them to get back up there.
And this is almost certainly going to reset, right? This is a weird place to try to pop this thing. So wait, Caden is actually going to try to bring it around the back and through mid. Go where your supports are. Absolutely. Birch is going to try to ink as much as they possibly can. Perhaps a push through the middle. However, the flank comes in. The Rainmaker is going to feel the effects of that. So that T-Tech goes down. Excuse me, the K-Shot. And Leaf trying to ink as much as they possibly can, looking for a random kill with the Splat Bomb. We have seen a few of those in this game, so we can never count out the possibility. But as it stands right now, 74-65 is the score on the map. It is in favor of Plushy, looking to carry that momentum that they have built up. Josh finding a mark with the Rainmaker. Synapse looking for kills on the Inkjet. It's going to be 3-3 on the map. Caden looking for that kill coming in, but Q ever exacting on the Swiffer. They have not missed a whole lot, and Josh gets taken down. How you outrange his splatter scope? Q, an actual god on the back line with just that little Swiffer.
Yeah, and you saw them pop a baller right there, just kind of waiting for somebody to drop down, and that will stall this push a little bit longer, and the Rainmaker actually being forced to reset basically because that baller got popped and it dared them to pick it up, and obviously Sonder not wanting to accept that dare. But here we go with about 30 seconds left to go here. You know what sucks about Rainmaker is there's no checkpoints, there's no penalty points, so if you don't have the lead, it doesn't matter how many points you've gotten up to that point. But a very nice pick there by Birch. Honestly, it's just going to come down to, can they get a wipe here in the past next 15 seconds? Is going to be extremely difficult to do considering they just lost two players. Leafy guarding the Rainmaker, trying to take down the last few players going up in the snipe area. They're keeping the Rainmaker nice and orange. Do pop it and pick it up and will survive the last amount of players. So there you go. A win. Plushy continuing the win streak, winning 5 straight matches here in the losers bracket, taking one game off of Sonder and putting their backs against the wall.
Well, there's only one other way to describe that, and yeah, you kind of hit on it. Leafy proving to be huge. Those 3 Inkjets
kills Birch got.
Yeah, honestly, no, Birch has been popping off a lot, but it seems to be a lot in losing efforts. They do a whole lot in terms of trying to carry the kill load, and certainly that is the burden of the particular weapon that they are using, is it not?
Well, I mean, typically if your junior's popping off, that either means they're doing a good job of creating a lot of assist for everybody else, or that just that your Slayer is the one who's carrying the Rainmaker a lot, which is what we saw. We saw a lot of Caden, the K-Shot, picking up the Rainmaker a lot. And that's something that Caden does really well. Caden almost mains the Rainmaker at times, but typically you don't want the Rainmaker being pushed from the front. You kind of want a player like Caden to be the one creating the space to get the push there. But it was, you look back at that game, the one defining moment was opting to pick up the Rainmaker with your backliner and dump it off the side, ultimately eliminating any opportunity to build up a Stingray and giving the whole map to Team Plushie. And that just gave that one push they got right there was all they needed to win that game. But now that we're going to Splat Zones, Mako Mart, something that is a little bit more forgiving if you make one mistake, unlike Rainmaker. So
Exactly.
if Sonder wants to get back into this one, this is a good map for them to do just that.
Yeah, much agreed, Popgun. But the whole thing is like, I mean, in terms of those Rainmaker pushes, one final comment on that is that, yeah, even if you find one area of ingress, there's so much potential for flanks. And Plushie certainly found every last opportunity that may very well have been the difference in that final score. So we are going to go to zones in Mako Mart. One will break upon the other. We'll have to see. And certainly when you see a K-52 being broken out by Synapse, that's when you know that they mean business. They are going to be looking for heads to roll here. And as the stacks are looking to get possessed here by Leafy, they're going to get taken out by a 2v1, and control is going to go right over to Sonder. And this initial gambit, they're trying to take control of the opposing stack. That could very well be the key here. Certainly is when you're trying to cover your weapons with range. But speaking of range, Josh going across the aisles to take out Madness. And yeah, that's certainly one way to describe the plays that Josh has been making is Madness, ironically enough. But certainly can't take into consideration or emphasize enough how much Caden and company have been helping out their team as well. Certainly trying to lock down the zone. 52 points on the board. Could be looking for more, but as of right now, it is, it's Plushie's been putting in work.
Oh my. These sniper shots are really fun to see. You know, it's Leafy switching off of the Nautilus, of the Octo Shot, basically the inkjet weapons they've been using up to this point, instead opting to go with the Carbon Deco. This is either going to work out really well or really badly. And so far, it doesn't look like it's been benefiting into the favor of Plushie up to the point. I think obviously, Open Roller Deco is a really interesting kit, and a one that if you're really good at that weapon, you can basically just baseball bat and smash people over the head. But so far, it doesn't look like it's been working into the favor of Team Plushie.
Yeah, you're certainly not wrong about that. And I have to say, Madness has been more or less neutralized by Josh throughout the course of this game, at the very least. 3-2 on that map. The Nautilus is coming back in just now for Plushie, as Josh on the stack trying to get whatever kills they possibly can before they inevitably get rushed down, you would imagine. There is certainly a lot of frontline talent on the side of Sonder that could, on the side of Plushie that could be doing that. Q going to look to do their part on the Charger as well. Dueling splatter scopes could very well make the difference. These are the kinds of matchups that you just beg for. Josh, realizing they can't go through the splash wall, is going to have to reposition here. 85 to 30. Well, make it 40 now as they retake the zone, and they're counting down. So Madness getting the kill on Synapse, it's going to definitely help keep their numbers alive. Trying to rush down the Charger, but Josh comes up big, and we'll have to see just how significant that is as they are trying to retake the zone. They're going to have to do so right now.
The only reason that Plushie is still in this game right now is because Q is basically handling everything. Look at them top fragging for their team right now. It seems like, I don't know how they're doing 1v1 against Josh right now, but they're taking out everybody else on the side of Sonder right at the opportune time. That's allowing for the rest of the team to go in and get control of zone there. As we see the 5th suction bomb coming out for Q, Madness trying to capitalize on this, popping an inkjet as well, but it doesn't. They're just really struggling to get the picks that they need. Leafy just got a double somewhere off screen. Make that a triple for them. So Leafy's starting to warm up right now, and that's exactly what they need. They need somebody other than Q. Q has brought them to this point. Now they need the rest of the team to just flip the switch, and they can do enough to get lead right here if they find a way to do just that.
And that's the whole damning part of it, isn't it? You can't just focus solely on the backliner. You have to have faith in your ability to 1v1 on the front. They will, in fact, get burst before getting taken down themselves. 3-2 on the map as it stands. Caden is going to try to ink and cut into this penalty and certainly prevent Plushie from retaking this zone. The missiles are going to come out. Will they be in time? And they are able to get bodies off of the zone at the very least, but Plushie is able to retake it. Countdown just a little bit more past the 80-point mark, and they are going to retake the lead. 3-1 on the map. Could they be getting the knockout as we count down into the last 10 numbers? Synapse trying to get these kills, but they'll get squashed like Sonder's tournament dreams. Plushie will be moving on to grand finals.
I can't emphasize enough how important Q was to their entire team that game. They did carry on top. They actually top fragged across all 8 players in the game, but Q was the only player that was consistent across the whole 4.5 minutes there. You saw all the kills. Leafy turned the switch in the last minute 30 seconds and did just enough to get the team the win there. But I mean, you typically at this level of play don't get carried by your Charger player, and Q just kept everybody alive long enough for them to turn it on right when they needed to. And if you're Sonder, you're sitting there scratching your head and you're thinking, how did this happen? How did we lose this game? It makes no sense. They were in control for so long. But if I were to go back and look at the KAs there or the deaths, I would wager that Q only died once, if at all, that whole game.
I mean, tip of the cap to Sonder for a wonderful performance in this tournament, but you have to think that this does not sit well with them at all. They wanted a lot more than a 3rd place finish, but it is going to be Plushie earning that spot in grand finals. And that is going to be coming up next. Plushie have been shaking off a lot of the opposition that's been thrown their way, but you better believe Dylan and Cookie Dough 2.0 are going to want to be sticking to them like glue. It's grand finals, and it's coming up next here at Smasher Sync 11. Don't go away. and welcome back just in time for Grand Finals here at Smash or Sync 11, presented to you by the mad scientists at the Inkling Performance Labs. Alongside Popgun, I'm Mazer Stu, the announcer. We'd like to thank you for joining us here on twitch.tv/IPL Splatoon, your home for high-quality Splatoon action, both in North America and very well beyond. But again, we don't want to be focusing too much forward on the future because, frankly, the present has been a very, very interesting time in the world of Splatoon. And no matter what it is that your background is with this game, perhaps you've been playing it since the very first iteration of Splatoon, perhaps you've just gotten started with it over this past week. Whatever the case is, you're welcome here. We certainly thank you for joining us, for spending a portion of your night here watching some of the best teams that North America has to offer. And whatever the case is, certainly we're all in this together, no matter what your game may be. But that's all the mushy stuff that we can save for later. Right now, we've got a few scores to settle, to be completely honest. Cookie Dough 2.0 going up against Plushie. And here we go. Off the Splat Zones at Sturgeon Shipyard. Welcome to Grand Finals here at Smasher Sync 11. And let's get to action.
It's interesting you say mushy stuff you can save for later. That basically describes the team name for both of these teams, Plushie and Cookie Dough. As we see Dylan coming out with the Kensa Gloogies. Well, I'm sorry. I guess I can't describe what the weapons are right now because Leafy's going to go ahead and get this set started. Looking for a triple right here, chasing away this last player, canceling the inkjet of Nico, and that is going to open up the door. What a huge triple by Leafy to start off this game. And give it control.
Statement. I mean, right offhand, yeah, you want to try to get the advantage. Having that high ground certainly helps. Leafy trying to make a statement of their own from the air. They're getting teamed up on 2v1, able to survive, not able to get the picks, however, so it is very much neutralized. 4-4 on the map as it stands, and the counter ticking down in favor of Plushie. Only now are they able to get just a little bit of momentum as time with those little pop shots, trying to get those kills in. It does in fact get Q, so the other charger is going to go down 54-0 on the map before Cookie Dough are able to get any sort of momentum going. You're talking about the momentum that you have coming out of loser's side. Certainly Q and company are showing as such, but right now it's Cookie Dough that holds the keys to the zone. Plushie, I mean, it can be very, very easy to just kind of rest on your laurels after gaining such a significant lead to start out. So what is it that Plushie needs to do in order to keep this up? Inkjet's taken to the sky. Nico gets their revenge. Cookie Dough and Plushie just battling out in the middle of the stage.
This has been an exciting 2 minutes. Did we just see an Inkjet 1v1 above the entire stage and somebody actually landed a shot? Very impressive. But yeah, Plushie, obviously they're 6-0 coming into this game with no weight. So they're coming in extremely fresh, but Dylan, a very scary Bluegrass player, arguably possibly the best Bluegrass player we have to offer in this community, making some work here, but it's not going to be enough to cap zone, and they're threatening to get a KO right here if they can find a way to pick off a few more players. You see the bamboo time making so many huge plays. It seems like whenever there's just a 1v1 situation, time is finding their way to get the pick there. But with and that's the last player going down. I don't think the tent can get there in time. So this will be 7 straight wins for Plushie.
Wow.
After losing to Sonder 2-3. They've gone on a 7-game tear and riding this momentum. We see this so many times in double elimination tournaments. When a team gets hot, it doesn't matter who's in grand finals. The hottest team just keeps the streak going there. And Leafy probably just thrilled to be coming off of that carbon roller. They said, hey, you guys got me that last game. I got you this game. I'm just going to pop off with 13 KA and start this grand finals set off the right way. What a performance.
I mean, Leafy leading the way with 13 kills. The rest of the team had 14. Just for a little bit of a frame of reference. That's how dominant they were. And Yeah, Leafy taking to the skies with that inkjet a few times, getting those picks certainly wound up being huge in terms of keeping those areas clear, especially those ramps where you're trying to lead up into the zone and you're trying to come up in on the zone. It becomes so much more crucial to control the area around it. But now we're going hard to starboard, Manta Maria tower control, and Leafy trying to deliberate on the weapon. Might not be a carbon roller here if what you're suggesting is true.
Well, another thing is all those kills Leafy got, 3 of them, the biggest 3 were the ones that came right in the first 10 seconds. So Plushie came out really aggressive in the very beginning and went hunting for those kills and got them. So is Cookie Dough going to be able to adjust knowing that there's going to be punches thrown right off the bat before they have time to get settled? But again, we always talk about when a team has to sit and wait and they get cold, did they wake up now? Did they get the punch in the face they needed to wake up? Or are we just going to see more of Plushie being super aggressive right off the bat?
Well, there's only one way to know for sure. I would say that Nico going out with that K-Pro is some indication takes out Q. He's just kind of hanging out with the splatter scope right on the grade. That takes a little bit of, I'll say that, as Exy going to go right up in the face of their opposition. And certainly you got to wonder if those Glugas that Dylan is wielding is going to come into play sooner rather than later, especially around that tower. Q going to try to provide a little bit of support with that charger. And certainly you have your vantage points if you are a charger, but also you can get locked out of this pretty easily, especially with the effective frontliners that Cookie Dough 2.0 are wielding.
Yeah, and it looks like they did just enough to stop the push there. They did cough up that first checkpoint, but it doesn't really matter. That's not the most difficult checkpoint in the world to get across. That second one, however, is huge. As you see Time taking down Leafy, that is a huge pick. The Bamboozler here with Time has been pretty on point so far in this set, even though we're only into the second game. That checkpoint does fall into the favor of Plushie as they now, to the favor of Cookie Dough. It looks like. No, that was actually a push. But still, Cookie Dough in a situation here. They stop the push. They're on the tower. They do hold on to the lead. But this game's going to come down to who can get past that second checkpoint first, because that's such a critical one to get across. And it's going to be, actually, Q's in a really good situation right here to kind of defend and attack the tower. That is exactly where you want your anchor player to be. But those missiles are going to force them to be a little bit uncomfortable just for a quick second. Popping right back up. They can hop on tower if they need to, but ultimately getting taken down.
And that is the challenge of the second checkpoint, isn't it, Popgun? Where you're talking about... Yeah, I mean, where you're talking about being able to clear it, well, you have 2 points where your opposition is able to just kind of pop their heads out and kill you seemingly at will while you're just a sitting duck on the tower standing there, basically begging for your opposition to not shoot you in the face. And that is a tough thing to have to deal with. Right now, it's going to be Plushie that have the advantage by 6 points, 50-44 as it is. Leafy going to take to the skies with the Inkjet yet again, not able to get a kill on the pursuance up to the tower. But either way, Plushie is going to be able to clear that second checkpoint, and that could prove to be vital. 59 points as it stands with 2 minutes, just over 2 minutes to go. Time and company are going to have to rush back up. That kill on Leafy could prove to be significant to start. 42 on the map as the missiles are going to be deployed as well, trying to take care of the midfield. And yeah, you cannot seed midfield by any means right now if you're Cookie Dough.
Yeah, Cookie Dough, it looked like they had a position there where they had 2 players down on the side of Plushie, and you saw the missiles getting popped out that would have chased some players away, but they still couldn't get control of mid, and ultimately this is going to create another pushing opportunity, a potential for a pushing opportunity that immediately gets snuffed out. But as we see Madness getting a nice trade there, once again, that slows down this counter push that Cookie Dough has been trying to bring out. And now the tower's back in mid. Now the mid is this little sky blue here. So they have a situation to work with. But once again, this second checkpoint is so hard to get across, and with the scoreboard being equal, this is going to come down to whoever gets the first pick. And it looks like it is actually Cookie Dough that does take down Leafy. Exy on the tower, and the Booyah Bomb created enough of the distraction so they will clear that checkpoint. But are they going to be enough to get the lead? It doesn't look like it. Oh, but yeah, the lead gets stuffed out, but still, there's plenty of time left on the clock if you're Cookie Dough to think, okay, we're just down by 1 point. There's no checkpoint stopping us. Getting leads is going to be a lot easier now in this last 35 seconds than it would have been had they not cleared that checkpoint.
Yeah, you're not just a sitting duck right on that corner. You're going to have to present a little bit of a challenge now. If you're Cookie Dough, maybe not as easy a vantage point to reach for your backliner to try to clutch it out. So Madness now is going to take to the skies, trying to put this tower as deep into opposition as humanly possible, as that Charger's just going to kind of sit there on the tower, maybe adding to their lead, putting this one out of reach. And that looks like it may well be the case, as it is game for Plushie. Going up 2-0, Cookie Dough searching for answers and finding absolutely nothing on Manta Maria, as that first checkpoint proved to be just a little too much. What a hold with but 1 point remaining. Madness and Leafy combining for 30 splats. So crucial to get that all the way to the point that they did, and certainly that defensive hold right there on the alleyway.
The good news for Cookie Dough is that they appear to have found a way to make Q extremely uncomfortable. You saw Q was finding ways to get into the positions that they wanted to be in, but whenever they got there, there was just missiles or bombs or whatever that was just taking them out of the game. The bad news for Cookie Dough is that Leafy and Madness are just popping the heck off right now and getting as many kills as they want exactly when they need them. So it's just kind of a pick your poison, right? Do you want Q to just slowly pick you off to death, or do you want the Slayers to just collapse on top of you? It seems like they don't have an answer to deal with the entire team. But if you're Cookie Dough, you're saying, okay, we're dealing well with the Charger. How do we get rid of the Slayers here?
Yeah, and it seems to be the $64,000 question, to which they have not come up with an answer. So now, as we are going to Reef Clam Blitz, I would have to think that Charger could very well prove to be prominent here, but it's going to have to be something with a lot of range, and I can only imagine that mobility is going to be prized here. You might just be seeing C-Jet be deployed by a backliner instead. No, it's going to be Squiffer and Bamboozler. Well, I'm an analyst, not a fortune teller. I can rest on that. But we'll have to see what fortune has in hold for Cookie Dough 2.0 as they try to reverse this bad luck, seemingly, that has been going on their side, as immediately the Glugas go down.
Q jumped over the ledge and made one hero shot on Dylan on the Glugas. It happened off screen, but it was so crazy. But Dylan immediately coming back in and stopping the push, at least for now, as we see Plushie collapsing in. Well, honestly, I don't even... Okay, even if they missed the shot, but even if they connected with that, they didn't have anything to follow up with. So that ultimately scoring there would have just given Cookie Dough an extra power clan for seemingly nothing. So that miss is kind of a blessing in disguise, in my opinion. But it does the pressure is still being put on by Plushie here. They are putting Cookie Dough back on their heels, but two players going down now. This is going to be the first situation for Cookie Dough to get at least control of that bridge, which is a critical portion of this map you need to control. But they do have a lot of great specials to work with, Baller and Bubbles and Tintabrella. It seems like this team is kind of built for Clam Blitz, this pickup team. So with specials getting deployed now, this might be an opportunity for Cookie Dough to make something happen. And as soon as I say that, two players immediately go down. The Baller gets taken out. Man, and three players going down. What a defense. Man, these Plushie guys, they bend, but they just don't break.
Yeah, Shinex has been waiting for another clan. and they are able to get one more in to add to the power clam. So a 23-point opening gambit, maybe not the best in the world, but they are going to keep the basket open. Putting their life on the line. Dylan's going to clean up the mess, or so they hope. Able to get 2 in that defense, but Q, again, just trying to rush around, be a nuisance. And Nico doesn't like nuisances all that much, so it seems. As they are going to get a power clamp, trying to rush in, but they see the bevy of bombs coming in. They are able to get a barrier breakage, and will they be able to add on to it? The bubbles are certainly going to provide the support necessary, but will it be enough? There's 4-2 on the map. Make that 4-1. Could very well be a delayed wipe, and indeed that is going to be the case. Nico is going to be the last line of defense, and they were the first ones to go out. So, that is going to be a sea of green that winds up overtaking mid. And now the burden is on Xe on that tent umbrella to maybe try to prove, we're going to need to coordinate just a little bit more if we want to overtake this team. Because if Plushy had proven anything, it's that they're not exactly slouches when it comes to the coordination side of things.
No, they're not, but it's going to be difficult to be coordinated when 3 of your players are down and Dylan is taking on your Inkjet. You see Xe using their Tintabrella shield. Oh, but it's not enough. Wow, they're doing a really good job of dealing with Xe, honestly. Xe is a really insanely good Tintabrella player. But it seems like every time they try to get set up to use bubbles in their tent to get a power clam in there, Plushy makes the right player, the right read on that tent umbrella to take them down. But with 1:30 left to go here, honestly, neither team has really gotten a decent push off to this point. It's still anybody's game for sure, and it might just come down to whoever gets the next pop. And with 2 players going down for the side of Cookie Dough and the map being roughly green up to this point, it might just be Plushy if they can find a way to sneak Leafy in there. Madness, you see working at the top of the screen, taking on the Tintabrella in seemingly a 1v1 fight. Leafy getting Inkjet ready here. The game's just kind of stalled back out a bit. So, it's going to come down to whoever gets the next push here.
I mean, if it's stalled back out, that's exactly what you want if you're Plushy. I mean, you don't even necessarily mind that they have a power clam at this point. You're just you're either trying to put this thing out of reach, and oh my gosh, that could very well be the case, but maybe overextending just a little bit. You want numbers on your side, and when you get aggressive, sure, you get the kill, but you also get to be killed, as the penalty is going to disappear just like that. Cookie Dough finding the opportunity that they need to retake the lead. 15 seconds to go. They're going to look to keep this basket open. Dylan, a thorn in their side this entire time, is going to add to the lead. They're past the 50-point mark, and eventually they are going to close in. They have a power clam ready to go, but will they be able to get this thing up and running yet again? The power clam is on the field, but for how long? They're trying to guard it with everything that they have. They do have the power clam ready to go. Shinex is going to have to find a way in, but they are engaged with Dylan on the side. They have 2 ready to go. 21. They're going to have to make a mad rush for it, and it didn't. But they run out of time. They don't get it in, and they are denied at the very death by Father Time himself. A cruel ending for Plushy on the cusp of a 3-0 lead. Cookie Dough 2.0 hangs on.
Look at the KAs in here. You tell me who won this game. My goodness, what a performance there by Cookie Dough to get the win. And yeah, for those, if you're watching that and you're curious what happened, it has to finish the little spin cycle animation before it gets actually counted as points onto the basket. So yeah, we're talking about frames difference being the difference there in that game. But I want to go back to a key play Nico made in that push that Cookie Dough made late in that game to get lead. What would have been really catastrophic for them is if they got wiped and basically gave the field to Plushy to get the lead right back. But Nico, being the last player left alive, won a critical 1v1 on the bridge, and that allowed not just not just the kill, but more so it allowed Dylan and other players to hop right back into the middle of the action. And ultimately, all those players getting back in right there slowed down the game, literally just frames enough to give them the win in the end there.
An unbelievably cruel finish for Plushie, but that's something that you just kind of have to shake off. That's the nature of Clan Blitz. It gives, and oh boy, does it take. That is going to be the tax that you pay at times, unfortunately. And Snapper can now Rainmaker. You have a chance to kind of take destiny back into your own hands. A good little coordinated push. But then again, Cookie Dough 2.0, we were talking about how they were sort of built for Clan Blitz. Well, this composition is built for success on Snapper Canal as well. And you got to think that optimal route right through up on that far ramp, that is tailor-made for a push with a tent umbrella.
Yeah, not a good push coming out here early on by Cookie Dough, and they do lose some players in the process, so this might open up the door, especially if Madness can get a pick here and stay alive in this awkward little situation. It does take down Dylan, and okay, so Shinex moving into Nico's range, though, so that, honestly, I'm kind of confused as to which side teams should be pushing right now. I'm a little disoriented, but it looked like they took it to the safe left route instead of just trying to go for the direct points across the mid, and ultimately ran into Nico, who was just sitting there waiting. So it looks like at least on that push. Well, actually, I should stop talking because this is a dangerous situation right here. If Q dies, this game could be out of hand right here, especially with that Stingray gone. But ultimately, they get a break. The Rainmaker resets there. So Q, once again, making the hero play while everybody else is dying. They're getting the pick just when they need them.
I gotta say, Dylan showing quite a bit of game sense here with that splash wall. This is a weapon that takes quite a bit to deploy. You're not even talking about frames at that point. You're talking that's what, like a whole second or something like that, which, I mean, I guess is 60 frames now that I think about it. Either way, Leafy with the kill. I'm gonna just stop talking and let the game develop as it does. They may well get the lead, but just as I say that, they get flanked from midfield. Nico is going to try to take care of business in mid, pop that Rainmaker bubble, and perhaps try to add on to the lead with a quick little mad dash of a push. They're going to get it past midfield and midway, excuse me. That is going to be a 64-point push for Cookie Dough as they are going to continue on. They're trying to chase down the opposition, but Leafy playing from behind, and Time with the squid bag eventually going to get taken down. 3-2 on the map for Plushie, but the damage has been done. We're more than halfway through this game, and Cookie Dough trying to make a statement. You have been gifted by the Clan Blitz god, Pop Gun. The least you can do is take advantage in the next game, surely.
Yeah, and they're doing a really good job of taking advantage of the opportunities given to them. Actually, who just got took down there, made a really nice play with the Tin Umbrella, popping the shield and then grabbing the Rainmaker, giving them an extra 13 points, and that could be critical down the line, considering how hard it is to get points on this map if you take it the left side, which is what they're doing. It looks like Plushie is opting to take the safer route, trying to slow things down, get a couple of picks, which they do as well. They're coming up that right side, or that left side, excuse me, but it's not enough to get lead. Madness is in a position to try to pop the Rainmaker, but Nico coming back in. This push might just be stalled right here, and that's why that play that Exy made earlier is so huge. This extra cushion, instead of just being down by 3 points, they're not going to try to just grab it and force it up there. Actually, they do just that, as I say, but it doesn't work out in their favor. 2 players going down. Oh, actually, there is the situation here. 3 players down now. Madness being the last player left alive does take down Exy, popping Inkjet off in a very annoying spot. Can they take down this Inkjet? They're putting all of their resources into trying to do it, and it's not working.
That
3
is
players
huge.
going down, and they still don't get lead off of that. Exy way pushed up here, but this is super annoying, but now they grab it.
Oh my
There's just
god!
1 remaining. This is going to be a KO. They get wiped again. What a... Oh, actually, no. That's the other team that picked it up there. So they KO'd it and stopped the push. But what an insanely drawn-out push there. Worked out extremely well in their favor with just about 30 seconds left to go.
And now, if you're Cookie Dough, You cannot go up through the middle. You have been stopped at pretty much every sense. I mean, just not, they were able to stagger these pushes just enough, take care of that tent umbrella to the point where you are able to kind of manage everything else. Nico has to play aggressively, but they find themselves in a 2v1. They're not able to push forward. And now Cookie Dough in a precarious position. Exy is not going to be able to protect their comrade enough. And again, the Rainmaker gets stalled out right at that exact point. What an excellent push. Wonderful play by the Inkjet up above, right near the enemy's spawn, near the goal. And that one kill that they were able to get, perhaps the main difference, Madness and Leafy on those Inkjets, those 5 Inkjets providing just enough push to get it all the way up to 99. And what a play that we just saw. That is how you shift momentum back to your side.
That's the second time now we've seen Madness pop an Inkjet in a crazy spot and not just survive with it. Can we talk about how he survived 3 players firing on them and basically brought all 3 of them down, either with a direct or by an assist? And just that one Inkjet play right there. I mean, everything else that built up to that Inkjet play was huge, but just the one Inkjet play right there was just so critical and just a completely game-changing play. You talk about Rainmaker, it comes down to who makes the best play and who has the best 5 seconds. That was a heck of a 5 seconds there for Plushie as we go into game I believe this is game 5.
Game 1 of the reset, yeah.
Oh, this is a reset?
Yeah, no, I mean,
it's 5 now. You're right.
It's so crazy to think about how, I mean, I could just watch these 2 teams play forever, to be completely honest with you. So I kind of wish it were best of 7. I mean, let's just go best of 9. Why not? I'm enjoying this. And Time certainly enjoying themselves right now, coming right up into their opponent's house, just kicking their muddy shoes up on the suede couch like they're Rick James. It's unbelievable. But Q gonna not take too kindly to that. Oh my gosh, actually dragging them off and punching them in the ribs. But Q, again, getting that advantageous point. 35 points on the board right now for Cookie Dough, and you kind of have to assume that your backline is going to be mobile. But again, if you're Nico, you kind of don't care. You're rushing up. You're trying to ink as much as you possibly can, control that area around the tower, and again, all the way to the 3rd checkpoint. Madness is able to stop the bleeding just a little bit, but not before 86 total points have been accrued by Cookie Dough 2.0. And what a way to carry forth, trying to continue as they have started out. Another 3-1 would be nice, but I don't think they're all too concerned with the possibility of losing. They are here to win. Leafy takes the disguise in the Inkjet. Plushie, well, they're trying to keep this momentum going.
Whatever was slowing down Cookie Dough in that last set, whether it was just them being tired or just being tired of waiting for this set to get started, they woke up now. Nothing wakes you up like getting bracket reset. And they came out in that first minute and just went straight to the enemy base and started basically looking for every single fight they could take and started winning all of them. And now this first checkpoint looks like it will fall, question mark? Yes, it will, into the favor of Plushie. So they do, if you're going to come back in this one, you're going to have to do it 1 checkpoint at a time. So there's a victory right there. But yeah, what an opening minute that we saw out of Cookie Dough. Obviously, arguably the best minute they've shown so far in this entire set.
Yeah, I mean, Cookie Dough, that's how you want to respond, right? You just got the bracket reset on you. That is, you want to at the very least get a decent little push going, show that you mean business for the next one. Maybe plant the idea in the mind of Plushie that was just a fluke. You are not doing that again if we have anything to say about it. Leafy, however, going to benefit from an ink armor there in that battle. It's going to survive a burst bomb straight to the face. Well, there's no surviving that for too long. A 2v1 right near that ramp, but they're trying to push in, and they are stopped at the 80-point threshold. They're not able to pass that 3rd checkpoint. and or really get to it. It looked like Madness gets taken out by the bomb. But yeah, go ahead, Popgun.
I was going to say, once again, Madness in that one position that we've constantly seen them in. And Q at the top of the screen getting a huge double. This might open up the door once again for Nico popping an H-Jet here, trying to make a play like Madness would. Does take down Leafy. That is a huge pick. Actually, I don't know if they're going to survive this landing. They don't. But still, Q stepping up and getting a huge push there, or a huge double, and popping off some suction bombs on top of it. This might be an opportunity for them to get the lead right here. Again, there's no checkpoints in their way now. That's why you want to clear one checkpoint at a time. And 2 players going down now for Plushie, make that 3. So this push will be stalled unless Madness, once again, how does Madness always find themselves in this situation? But Dylan finally takes it out, and everybody jumping in goes down as well. So there's still time for this comeback to happen. So that one push, now Cookie Dough is no longer feeling comfortable after that.
I'm just gonna go out on a limb and say that it's Plushie finding them more than anything else. Either way, it's Nico that's going to be found more than anything else, and Cookie Dough 2.0 trying to stave off the attack that Plushie, Madness and Toe are trying to deploy here. It's 4-3 on the map as that Octoshot is just coming right back in. Shinex going to get off in the tower just for now, but they need to get back on. There is no time to think about a C9. Those bombs, you need to place them expertly. Try to maybe stagger time and make sure that they can't get a clean shot in. 3-3 on the map. They don't have the range advantage, and certainly that backline is going to wreak havoc. As soon as they jump onto the tower, they are sitting ducks in a row, and it becomes a shooting gallery at that point if you're a sniper. But what a show there. Time is able to come up clutch yet again. Dylan leading the field with 17 splats, combining with Nico for a total of 30. And yeah, you want to talk about cleaning things up, that is exactly what Cookie Dough wound up doing.
Yeah, Cookie Dough obviously had that really great first minute there, almost got the KO, but just about coughed up the lead there, just because Madness keeps finding ways to slip in behind everybody and just doesn't die. But that time around, Dylan did a really good job defensively. Dylan was alive every single time on their plat. And you saw that one shot there where Dylan was sharking and bombs and missiles and everything just exploding all around him, but still found a way to survive and get the picks on Madness right when they needed to. Because it seemed like Madness was just going to destroy that game at the very end there, like he has done so many times in the set up to this point. But Dylan was not going to have it that time around. Very nice defensive stop as we head into game 2 here. Clam Blitz at Humpback Pump Track. Once again, the last game came down to just mere frames and seconds, but the baskets are a lot closer to each other this time around. I think we might see more fireworks than what we saw last time.
Yeah, it makes you wonder, I mean, what's the key going to be for Plushie to get themselves back into this thing? I mean, they did so well to reset this thing, and their efforts on Clam Blitz surely did not go unnoticed, certainly not by either of us. But as Leaf is going to try to have to deal with these very inconvenient splash walls that are going to be put up, certainly by Dylan in these 1v1s, maybe just a little bit of a preemptive strike in that regard there from them. As Cookie Dough are getting this opening gambit, Plushie need to get themselves back into this thing. Where is it going to come from?
Well, it's so far we've seen it's been coming from Madness, but Madness has switched over to the Kinsa machine. But I mean, we've seen all 4 of these players just step up and dominate a game seemingly by themselves, which is a good thing. If you're Team Plushie, you just got to think, okay, I don't have to play perfect to win this game. And obviously, well, they're going to have to play better than what they are right now. They just get wiped, and Nico's going to come in here and pop the basket. This could be very dangerous. As a lot of points could go from this board, but they don't have a lot of clams to work with. Okay, now they're starting to gather them up. The bubbles and the tent shield. Look at Time. Basically has so much time and safety, or at least did before everyone collapsed in on him. But actually doing a really good job of keeping the fight away from the basket with their shield and the bubbles. And quite honestly, I'm kind of surprised they didn't get more points off of that.
Yeah, I'm inclined to agree with you. Just because you had so much going on the upper side, perhaps too many resources being dedicated to the right side, but you're still able to create just a little bit of cacophony up on that platform, just enough maybe to push everyone out and maybe divert a few of the resources to where they were not going. So either way, it's 53 points on the board. You can't really deny that. And if you're Plushy, you're not really satisfied now, because you have just given your opposition another power clam. That pity clam, of course, dropping through as soon as you you're just kind of juggling these power clams now. You gotta love you gotta love it. We love ourselves a coordinated squishy. So
I wonder
if Sorry.
I wonder, I think they got they do have 3 that they picked up. I wonder if they're about to have 4. They got 38 claims. I wonder if they're just going to try to have Dylan Baller in there and just do like a cheesy jump, just get 3 people in. And honestly, that might be very close to KOing. Yeah, they do have all of the claims they need. But I don't think they realized that person was right there.
Oh,
they missed all their throws. Oh, this could be critical because they lose 3 players. But
wait, they got one.
XE finds a way to get one in, but they do ultimately get wiped. That is going to give control to Plushy, and Madness taking down Dylan right there on the Kenta machine. Q in a really annoying spot, pushing up the enemy elbow, but XE coming down with the Tenta shield. I don't know if this is going to be enough to stop the push right here, but at least control of mid is in favor of Plushy.
Yeah, so I don't know about that. It seemed like, there's no doubt in my mind that Cookie Dough left points on the board, but was that really a matter of them not executing, or was that just solid defense by Clutch?
I think that, the jumps were just a little off. I think they jumped at the wrong time, and they just fell outside of a spot to throw. You saw them miss the throw, so that just means the jumps were a little off. But, once again, you're talking about millimeters here, but obviously the defense has been so good. But 2 players going down here. Man, it seems like every opportunity that Plushy has to get something going, it gets shut down by something. You see Time off in the bunker here, trying to keep this keep the game stalled out a little bit so players can spawn back in. But Madness raining down along with Suction Bomb, and they do take out Time, and they do pop the basket, but it doesn't look like they have enough to work with to follow up with it. In fact, Madness does go down. Q, the last player, is going to have to back out. They do cut into the deficit a little bit, and they do have a power clam left, a mercy clam to work with, but they're going to need to find a way to get back into that basket now.
And we're seeing that
more picks.
We're seeing that Canopy trying to push in on the opposite side. Xe again, but that Canopy is going to meet the splash wall. It will nullify it, but if you're Xe, you're trying to have that advancing guard prove to be an advantage for you, and indeed you're getting something, but not nearly enough. That splash damage going to prove just a little too potent for Xe to handle, and it's 3-3 on the map. The Tenebrella just spawning back in. They do have the barrier pop, so they're going to be more than chilling as they added on just another one. Death by 1,000 cuts for Plushy as Cookie Dough 2.0 win this one, 76-53, the final score in this game number 2. They've got Plushy on the ropes.
That's very heads-up play there by Time at the end, holding on to the clam and sharking in a spot they knew they didn't know where Time was, and just waited till overtime, used the curling bum, and just swam right up to the basket to stop the game by throwing in the clam. What a very nice heads-up play there, and a smart play. And I love the fact that Cookie Dough kept the aggression going. They never tried to turtle up. They never tried to just play defense. They tried to keep the pressure 100% on Plushy. They said, you need to stop our pushes first before you can get anything going. And the constant pressure that they kept putting on Plushy just never got them into a situation where they could get comfortable to get a push going themselves. So now, this is the best of 3. I thought these used to be best of 7s. I'm very happy. These are best of 5s now. So 1 win away for Cookie Dough. We'll seal it as we head to Rainmaker on Blackbelly.
And now if you're Plushy, you're just kind of hanging on the ropes. You need 3 wins in succession if you want this thing. And I mean, a reverse sweep is such a tough proposition, no matter what the game. But I have to think this is kind of maybe maybe just the map and mode in which to do it if you are Plushie, because you're built around getting those pushes on the Rainmaker. Certainly Black Belly Skate Park is the kind of map that you can benefit from such a canopy, especially in the later parts. But I mean, I don't know if a KO victory is in the cards, especially considering you have something, you have a whole bunch of rushdown options coming in on Maze. And as we take a look at the compositions here, Cookie Dough 2.0 will be looking for victory here on the backs of that Tentabrella and those Glugas. You have to wonder who the star player is going to be expected to be, at the very least on their end, but certainly you have your pick.
Yeah, and we have we see Q coming out with the C-Jet, which I believe is the first time we've seen them use something that's not a charger-related weapon. They've used Squipper and Bamboo, but now opting to go with that Stingray Spam, which is going to work out in their favor. If they can find a way to build it up and fire off their second Stingray right here to try to stop this push. You see Madness barreling down on the Rainmaker, and it's actually going to get the pick. Once again, that last game, Madness had to come off of Nautilus and go with K Machine, which worked out better on that map, and it didn't really perform as well as they had been up to this point. So Madness coming back to Nautilus might be a good, might be enough to kind of shift the tide and help Plushie get this set back under control here if they can find a way to get lead and plus more. With 2 players going down. Oh, but the last player, Nico, barely down. That is a huge play by Nico to take out that Rainmaker. Because if they died, that could have been, doors could have been busted wide open, and they still might be
done. They're not done. Shinex has picked up the Rainmaker and pushed it past the 50-point mark. 55 to 24 as it stands, as Leafy takes the skies, is going to take out Nico. That's a big one, and they're going to continue on. It takes a big old hammer to take care of Madness with that carry, 76 points, and it could very well not be done yet. Eventually that barrier is going to be broken by Cookie Dough, and it looks like they will be able to carry it out with the assistance of that canopy, but they are splatted yet again. They're getting these flanks so perfectly, are Plushie, and they are not content to go down without a fight, Popgun.
Plushie has been putting on a clinic on how to keep a push going. So many teams try to hit a home run with a one Rainmaker push. What Plushie is doing here, they're just doing deaths by paper cuts. They're picking up 10 points at a time, and then they'll pop it and pick up another 15, pop it and pick up another 2. They're just slowly inching it forward each time we see them play Rainmaker, and it's worked out huge in their favor. And now they have a white situation. This could be very scary. Wow. It looks like Q is not going to pick it up, and someone else is. That way they're going to have an extra Stingray to work with that gets popped immediately right here. So the question is, are they going to try to get the knockout, or are they going to try to take it to a spot that's a little bit more difficult to move with? But Madness pushing up here. If Madness takes down time, this could be it, honestly, because Madness is just going to turn around that corner and does. Okay, so Madness does get taken down there, but so they'll stop the flank. But once again, and this is where the Stingray comes into play, which is going to be huge now because the Stingray is the last player left alive. They can just ray themselves to victory at this point. But what a play by Time! Taking down a double, and Dylan's going to pick up the Rainmaker. Here's an opportunity.
Yeah, I mean, you kind of have to take whatever you can get at this point. You're down by a score of 78 to 24 at this juncture. That Stingray, that defensive Stingray coming in so clutch for Plushie as they try to work their way back into this set. I mean, the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step, and certainly that's kind of what a reverse sweep must have felt like, but they find themselves well on their way here as we are down to less than a minute and a half to go. Dylan is going to get a kill, but it is 3-1, 4-1 on the map, as Nico is eventually going to go down. That's pretty much a staggered wipe, and yet again, Plushie are going to find themselves in a situation where perhaps they can get some points. They're not able to get up on that higher ground, but Leafy trying to push their way in, and indeed they do get points on the board. It is 2, but we have seen 2 points be the difference so many times before, Popgun. Exy is going to kind of hang out and wait for that inkjet to land. Maybe, I think they were trying to plant an ink mine at the very least, get some tracking in on them. But yeah, Exy doing so well with that Tentabrella could very well be what causes Cookie Dough to win this thing, but Madness is going to stall Cookie Dough's victory lap just a little bit longer. You think you have us down and out? Well, allow us to bounce right off the ropes and deliver an absolute haymaker of a clothesline by a knockout on Black Belly Skate Park. Q with the kills lead with 16. Those Stingrays coming in clutch and helping that final push.
Obviously, switching to the C-Jet worked. It worked out really well there for Q and for Plushie as they avoid being swept here in the bracket reset. And now we're going to be switching to a game 4. But I mean, that whole game was basically a party in Cookie Dough's base. And it just seems like Cookie Dough was never in a position to where they could regroup. They could wait for people to respawn so that they could go back in as a team, because the pressure was just constantly being put on them by Plushie. Basically a reverse of what we saw last game, where Cookie Dough got control of things, was able to get a push. It was able to be as aggressive as they wanted to be. So really, these sets are coming down to what team gets wiped first. Because once a team gains control of the map, either one of these teams gains control of the map, we've seen that they do not give it right back up ever. And now we're going to be going to Mako Mart, which Plushie won this really clutch set against Sonder earlier in this tournament on this very map and mode. Again, we remember Leafy switching to the carbon roller and Q popping off with the fire fin. So I wonder if they're going to stick to that same comp, or if they're going to be going back to these inkjets that they've been using up to this point, which are really good, a really good special to use on this map.
I mean, these two teams are giving it everything they have, and that's a luxury that you can perhaps have if you are Cookie Dough, because you're up by a score of 2-1. But I mean, you don't have a choice if you're their opposition. Splat zones on Mako Mart, you do at the very least have a few options in terms of ingress into the zone, right? You can get cheeky, go through the aisles, and try to sneak up on your opponents on their own stack. You can try to utilize the long range game on your own. You can obviously rush down through the middle if you have enough confidence in your abilities to 1v1. And you kind of have to think, if you have individuals the likes of Dylan and Nico on your team, you're probably emboldened by the fact that you have Umbrella like XC protecting you, perhaps in those weird sort of mid-range interactions, and of course time backing you up on the back line, to maybe think that you have a chance in terms of 1v1ing combined with your own technical prowess. But at the same time, I mean, you're almost kind of looking at a mirror matchup when it comes to just pure team composition. Except while you're talking about it from a pure basic standpoint, the guns are different, the game plan is different, and though it is kind of the same core strategy, it's being executed in such a different way. I mean, it may very well be a matter of adaptation, and the way that Cookie Dough has been able to catch on to what Plushie has been putting out. I kind of wonder if Plushie is able to sustain this momentum on Splat Zones.
Well, they just reclaimed momentum that they did lose by stopping the 2-game winning streak that Cookie Dough has brought out. But
True.
You talk about just being a mirror matchup. It kind of is, in a sense, that the fact that these are two pickup teams. And normally, when you see pickup teams play together, you might not see that coordination start to pick up against each other, or it just might be more like competitive solo queue in a sense, instead of like actual competitive Splatoon. But these two pickup teams, the players are really starting to gel with each other. The comps that we're seeing both teams pull out have really been complementing each other. I think one of the key differences, because Plushie was dominating this set early on, one of the key differences that's been working in Cookie Dough's favor is Nico switching off of the aggressive K-Pro and instead going for the N-Zap and the L3, weapon that put down a lot more paint on the ground, which gives Dylan and the Tin Umbrella more room to kind of work with here. I think that switch has been really key and clutch for Cookie Dough up to this point. As we have a bit of a delay here, I don't really know what's going on here. But as we wait, I guess somebody might have used the bathroom, or maybe somebody's mom came in and told them to take out the trash. But regardless,
did you just listen to the conversation I had with my mom just now? Was that what's happening? What's going on, man?
Mom, I'm commentating a set. I'll get the trash later, please.
Yeah. Mom. But regardless of wherever you're watching from, whoever's house you're watching this from, certainly thank you.
I just saw the Battlefy chat. I'm actually right.
I actually have not seen it. But regardless of what it is, wow. Okay, so it seems that is in fact the case. So, wow, Popgun with the call out of the year. I have to say, we have seen some amazing predictive movement in this set so far. Nothing will ever match the call out that we just got from Popgun about someone's mom calling. So that is beautiful. That is so quintessentially, Splatoon esports. I don't know how else to describe that. But folks, if you're enjoying this absolute madness that you are witnessing, both in set and outside of it, be sure to follow us on Twitter at IPL Splatoon. We've got this going on weekly, and of course, every single month. We've got Low Ink twice a month. We've got Testing Grounds on Fridays. We've got a whole lot going on in the grassroots Splatoon community. The Squid House was just the beginning, and whether this is your first week watching with us, or if you've been here for all 11 tournaments, if you've been watching esports since the beginning of Splatoon 1, wherever you are, however you're watching, wherever you're watching, we can't thank you enough for the support. This community is quite literally nothing without the people that populate it, and that means you. So, shout outs to you. As we go back to the set, we're finally going to get ready, and Splat Zones on Macomart. I think we discussed the minutia of the level just a little bit, but if you're Plushy, you're feeling like maybe you have a little bit of a chance here.
Yeah, and I just got some inside information from a source that will remain unnamed about these two teams, honestly, while somebody was out taking the trash. It looks like Plushy has been playing with each other a lot, and they're formerly, a lot of players are from a team called Requiem, and they're close friends. Cookie Dough played together in the Open, and so it appears to be a project team from them. So okay, maybe these two teams aren't as picky-uppy-ish as they appeared to be, but still, that might explain why we're seeing a lot of coordination out of these two teams. And Leafy not opting to go with the baseball bat carbon deco and said, okay, I'm going to go back to Octoshot, and we're just going to inkjet these guys to death. Nico coming out with the inkjet as well.
Remind me to add picky-uppy-ish to my list of adjectives to break out on stream. That is a masterpiece. Either way, Exy is going to be chased out just a little bit with that tent umbrella. Did not have time to deploy it before being chased away by that splatter scope. Is going to lose a 1v1. Actually gets the trade, and Plushy is going to take initial control of the zone. They're going to need numbers on the map if they want to get this. Will Cookie Dough, they're actually still getting ticks down despite that, and they'll try to take care of the splash wall at the very least in an effort to get control of their opponent's stack. They're going to have fizzy bombs instead of the splash wall. Makes you wonder if Dylan is rethinking that decision right about now, as Madness gets the flank and gets a kill. 4-3 on the map as they take down Exy, and the Bamboozler is going to go down as well. Plushy with this initial gambit trying to get things going in the opening minutes. They've already ticked it down to 30. A knockout on Macomart would be absolutely huge carrying into game number 5, Popgun.
Yeah, you see them just kind of... You saw Plushy not really being too aggressive there. They're waiting for Cookie Dough to make the first move, and the first move they're making is kind of working against them here, as soon as they make an attempt towards the zone, 3 players immediately go down. You see Dylan's fizzy bomb being rushed in here, but that's really all they have to work with is to stall the zone. This could be and suction bomb coming out right as that tent umbrella is coming in. Is it going to be enough to stall the zone? It is, and it is looking like it is going to be a KO. What a lockout. What a hold and what a lockout by Team Plushie to force the win there and ultimately force a decisive Game 5 here in SOS.
Plushie absolutely refuses to quit on this set. Madness going ham on the Nautilus, finding every single flank they possibly could, leading the field with 5 splats, supplemented by that entire team. Great effort by Plushie all around to shut the door and lock it behind them, guarding their territory like feudal shoguns. Pop Gun. You have to love the effort from Plushie. They had every reason to give up on this set, especially entering that game number 3, but they refused to. Clam Blitz on Humpback Pump Track. You could have very well have seen the back get broken on Plushie, but they instead reinforced themselves, and now here we go. Tower control on Starfish main stage. It will be the decisive game. They have shown strengths all throughout this set, but again, we look back at tower control on Inkblot Art Academy. Is this where Cookie Dough 2.0 reasserts their dominance, Pop Gun?
Well, this is where they reinserted their dominance at the very beginning of this bracket reset for sure, coming out and having a very strong first minute, basically the best minute they played in this entire set up to this point. They're going to need to come out and do that again right here. They're going to need to get the lead and play from in front instead of trying to have to play from behind this entire 5 minutes of this game that we're about to come up here. As we see teams or the players starting to ready up, when you're in this situation of, this tournament is going to be over in 5 minutes, you want to come out with the best weapon that you have. I don't think we're going to see anything crazy, no carbon decos, maybe not a C-Jet. I think we're just going to see the same comp that brought both of these teams up to this point, and nothing more ridiculous than that, as it looks like we do see just that coming out from both players. Dylan going back to the gold curtains.
And there you go. This play of 9 parts is culminating in its final act. It's time to ride the tower on the main stage. A lot of open area to be contested here. You have to wonder how prominently those splash walls that Dylan has been throwing out is going to feature. That frontline splash wall, it's an odd combination, but I'll tell you what, Dylan somehow makes it work. Cookie Dough 2.0, they have walls of their own. And yeah, that's Dylan again on the front line trying to make it happen. Q, however, going to disregard the wall entirely and pick off Nico. The first points are going to be accumulated by Cookie Dough 2.0, but they are but a drop in the bucket. Dylan trying to get the baller as a defensive option, more or less. 3-3 on the map, and Cookie Dough 2.0 are going to try to ride this out even more, but the bombs coming in. Fast and Furious Madness is going to try to go on the offensive now, getting points perhaps on the board as they will shark up top on that opposing snipe on the left side. Gets Exy with the fall-off shot, and now they're going to try to take the lead, if but by a slight margin. A lead is a lead nonetheless. You want every last bit of momentum on your side, and Plushie, it's certainly tentative, but it's a lead nevertheless.
If I'm in the VC for Cookie Dough, I'm just constantly saying, where is Madness? Where is Madness? It seems like they keep losing track of Madness for 1 second, and all of a sudden, Madness is right behind everybody and taking out multiple players. It's almost comical how many times it happens for them, and it's such a great feature that Plushie has been taking advantage of. As we see Shinex here taking out a huge triple with Junior, and more importantly, they do not clear the checkpoint, so that is a huge defensive play right there, and now Plushie is now in a position to where they can get their first push going, and they got a lot of specials to work with, Steve.
You have so much time to set up on near that opposition snipe to be able to neutralize the threat coming from it. And now we're going to have to see. However, they're being contested in the midfield. There's a lot of yellow ink. No one is able to really approach that snipe. It looks like they are going to be able to clear that checkpoint, and more importantly right now, get the lead as we're approaching the halfway point of this match. Shinex trying to ride this tower, taking care of that splash wall. They're going to pop the ink armor for their team. That's going to be so big as they clear the halfway mark. No one able to get the shot on the tower. Q not able to find the mark, but eventually the ink is going to fall in the favor of Cookie Dough, not before it becomes 59-35 in favor of Plushie.
That was a huge inkjet play by Leafy to start off that push and basically allowed them to clear that first checkpoint without any hesitation as Nico, who has switched to the Octo Shot off of the end zap. The armor spam instead coming out from Exy, who has been using Tenta-Brush up to this point. But 2 players going down on the side of Cookie Dough. So once again, anytime they try to get something going, 2 players go down, and the response by Plushie is so quick. Honestly, it might have been a little bit too quick right there as they feed into some depths and give the tower right back. The tower has just been traded back and forth so much in the last 30 seconds. But here we go. It's 1 checkpoint at a time for Cookie Dough, and they're approaching this first one. Leafy going right up to the bamboo. And how does Time win that 1v1? I have no idea, but it is so critical. Even though they go down, they do give up the checkpoint, and Q in a good position to cut into fifth thing. Dylan jumping down right in front of the tower, and we see an inkjet player that will likely die to a Shinex flat bomb, and it won't be enough to get them lead.
They're going to do it. Wait a second. Oh, they're trying to get this lead back, but Shinex just simply refuses to give up on this. Shinex has been getting this kill on this tower and holding the line ever so slightly, but my gosh, I mean, we might have been saying Shinex, but they have been shining just that brightly, Pop Gun. When your play is that brilliant, shine just comes to mind so naturally.
And here we go. They do have the lead here as they're trying to just add on to it. If they could find a way to clear this checkpoint, that would be so huge. But the Nautilus player in Madness is going down. And we see Shinex here. Shinex, I repeat, who is finding another way to get a huge splat bomb kill. You know, they are currently top fragged right now, and so many of those are not assists as we see Armor coming out here. 1 player left alive. It is Time on the bamboo. Other players jumping in here. Dylan trying to make a hero play. Let's get taken down. That will be the tournament here, Stu.
There you
go. As Team Plushie coming from the losers bracket and being on stream every single time that you and me have been commentating, they find a way to come in and force the bracket reset and win this tournament in decisive Game 5 fashion against Cookie Dough, against a very strong play by, say it with me, Shinex.
Nevertheless, they dashed in waves, and it was Plushie's time to shine. They did it via reverse sweep, and it was not easy by any stretch of the imagination. You know what? I don't think, Shinex has been an absolute beast, leading the team, doing everything on the front lines, popping the ink armors, getting the KAs 14 in that very last game, and those kills on the tower, so crucial to hold the line, to hold the opposition at 55 points. That is absolutely what you need from your front line. And if you are able to approach and get those splats, well, that's all the better. So that's going to be it for Smash or Sink 11. You know what? I'm just going to say I will justify Shinex in this way. We are, in fact, freeing Melee too. So we'll just put that out there. And of course, Inkfarer has been our producer from pillar to post, the man who does the most. Please go ahead and follow Inkfarer on Twitter. Just an absolute beast and just a gem to work with. The entire Inkling Performance Lab staff, all the TOs do such a great job. Show them some love in the chat as well. The people who have commentated this tournament, that was Zillard, that was Shads, and of course that was you, Popgun. The Popcast is brilliant. Definitely watch that. Mr._Popgun on Twitch. Is that correct?
That is correct. Or on Twitter.
On Twitter, that's right. Yeah.
But yeah, that's the only thing I want to plug to say. Hey, High Ink is coming up though.
Yes. People
should be sure to watch that and watch Destiny Troops as they try to attempt to take a game off of priority. That's going to be a lot of fun. But hey, Stu, where can people find you?
They can find me on Twitch and Twitter at Stu the Announcer. I'm definitely going to be streaming this weekend, but folks, all I have to say really is this. You can feel free to do that if you want, but no matter what game you play, no matter what community you call yourself a part of, you're accepted and you're loved, and no corporation can beat the power of love. So definitely make sure that you're showing that and do something nice for a stranger today. The world could use a lot more kindness in it. So that's going to be it. The final score, the reverse sweep comes through for Plushie, and they beat Cookie Dough 2.0. They get the reset and then take true finals by a score of 3-2. So from all of us here at Inkling Performance Labs, I'm Major Stu, the announcer, saying good night, and until we meet again, happy splay.